All right, now we all have to behave.
And the other one lost. That one too.
If y'all out there in Zoom land can hear us loud and clear, give me a wave. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. Bella, are you online?
No.
Are you good to go?
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
I'm ready.
Okay, Cheryl?
Mhm.
So the clock did strike 9 a.m. So I call this meeting to order of the Whitewater Township Board for April 12, 2022. Thank you all for coming. If you please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
I just have one super quick announcement. Lois is going to be keeping the minutes today.
Okay. So why don't we say that so everybody understands?
Okay, I just announced to the board that Lois is going to be keeping the minutes today. Normally I do it, but our Zoom facilitator is going to keep the minutes today.
Roll call when ready.
Pat,
Yes, here.
Goss,
Here.
Bennett,
Here.
Almost absent.
I think that should be excused, shouldn't it? We all get an email from.
Well, we did, but we have never put absent or unexcused. Well, board members absent, it says. I mean, I don't care if Lois wants to put excused after it. It's not been something we've ever done. I think we all understand she's excused.
Any changes or adjustments to the agenda today? Any conflict of interest? Bella?
No.
Cheryl?
No.
Ron has none. Okay, so let's get right to everyone's favorite part of the agenda, which is first public comment. I think we have quite a few of them. I know I have about 15. So please make your way to the podium. And if you have something to say, you're welcome to it.
Good morning. My name is Vicki Beam, building a home at 6847 Baggs Road. I want to start out, as I always do, thanking you for your time and service. I've been involved in some of these meetings since March 1st, and I'm definitely going to thank you, seeing how much you really do go through in meetings and time in preparing. I am opposed to the site condos on Baggs Road. I've stated that every time that I've been here, and for that matter, in a lot of the areas of Whitewater Township. The master plan states to preserve Whitewater Township's rural character. We have a developer from Grand Rapids, as far as I know, no roots here. And in my opinion, coming in to make money on Baggs Road. Background, I grew up in Charlevoix, a little bit more rural even than here. Jim and I were down in the St. Clair Shores area and moved up here about 25 years ago, originally in Holiday Hills, and we fell in love with Whitewater Township. Built a home on Crisp Road, wanted it to be a little bit more rural, so went out to the very edge of the township line. And again, as I've mentioned before, I am not opposed to development. Obviously, I'm building my second home in Whitewater Township, but I think it's really important that we keep in mind the master plan. Otherwise, we have none. I've sat through the discussion of the vet taking over Sun Brothers. There was a ton of discussion during the Planning Commission meeting asking about the vet, if it was going to keep with the rural character. That same evening, they discussed Baggs Road, and Carl Robo was really the only one that discussed and brought back to the Planning Commission, does Baggs Road development site condo keep with the rural character? I also feel in some ways that Mangus has a conflict of interest when it comes up to talking about site condos. As we all know, she's been working on Whitewater Pines site condo for quite a few years. So again, I think that might be an issue. The other thing is I've sat through a lot of discussions about our park. A lot of us can't even camp there because of how quickly it fills up. That seems to be really important to this board, but a lot of us that live here don't even really get to enjoy that. The original split that took place on Baggs Road did not even keep up with the 1:4. I'm learning a lot more about things than I ever thought I wanted to, but agricultural A1 says the minimum width to maximum depth ratio is 1:4. And again, it took me a while to figure out the width and depth, but it's about 300 feet, a little over 300 feet wide on Baggs Road. It's over 2,600 feet long. I'm not a mathematician, but I'm pretty sure that does not keep with the 1:4. Looking at the layout, again, we're counting on all of you to preserve Whitewater Township rural character. You truly stand at a time right now where you are going to make a difference for generations to come. Don't mess it up. Don't let your personal agendas and opinions stand in the way for what we taxpayers want, deserve, and desire. Listen to us, not your voice or desire. You are representing us. I drive from my office on South Garfield, loving the view, driving out here every day, wildlife, again, rural character. Please don't take that away from us. Please take a pause, get things in order before allowing suburban sprawl to ruin our beautiful area. I noted that there were 6 months of no planning commission meetings in 2020 due to lack of quorum. January 22, same thing. Last week, the meeting was not held. There's been so much time and money spent on marijuana that it has allowed our township to be in a place where we are operating on a master plan that doesn't meet state requirements, enforcing based upon a plan that is out of date. As mentioned, Bob Hall made a mistake in approving that land split. What other mistakes have been made? Please take a pause, stop this insanity before it's too late. There will be no turning back in order for us to fix it. Thank you for your time.
May I speak from a Zoom call?
When we get to folks in Zoom land, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
So we do have a 5-minute time limit, and it's kind of important today. So if you see me tap my watch, if you could just kind of try and wind things up in 30 seconds, we would appreciate it. So next person that has a public comment, please come to the podium. And by the way, Vicki, you're only 30 seconds over, so we're all good. We're all good.
Connie Highmore, Baggs Road. Good morning, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in public comment. I would like to state for the record that my husband and I are against the Baggs Road condominiums. The more I read the Whitewater Township Master Plan and see the zoning ordinances, the more I'm convinced that closer attention needs to be given to Article 25, site plan reviews and special use permits. I emailed all the members of the board on Sunday stating that I believe the moratorium being proposed today on the agenda needs to happen. Please vote yes on the moratorium. As I look back through through the board and planning commission meeting minutes, I see that the zoning administrator took action on December 2nd of 2021 at a planning commission meeting. The meeting minutes that day stated in the report that the zoning administrator on page 2, and I quote from those minutes, have sent a formal memo to the township attorney and board to place a moratorium on the issuance of any special use permits until we can amend the ordinance and get appropriate language in place that will protect us and bring us into compliance with the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act. That seems like an important statement made by our zoning administrator. From December 2nd, 2021 until April 12th, 2022, 130 days have gone by with no moratorium and no amendment to the ordinance. A moratorium is recommended by the legal counsel and has been proposed twice to the board and has failed twice by the board. I pray that the third attempt is successful. On today's agenda, pages 137 through 40 state the importance of the proposed 60-day moratorium. Let's do what's right for our township and the taxpayers of this community. Let's use the 60 days to get Amendment 22 correct. At this moment in time, we have a weak article in our zoning ordinance that could potentially allow things to happen in the township that we cannot repair. The voices of the people are asking you to pause. Let's not look back with regret over not protecting this great township. Please vote yes on the moratorium. Thank you for hearing my voice in this matter. Have a good meeting.
Next.
Linda Slope, small Whitewater resident. I'm going to be very brief regarding this proposed moratorium in order to take time to get Article 25 right with respect to site plan review and special use permits. I don't think I need to repeat what's already been said. I think it's clear we need to take a pause. We need to listen to our attorney's counsel. We need to listen to our professional zoning administrator. We need time in order to have the documents correct. We need time for a public hearing. And then we need time for you guys to reflect upon that and make a decision whether you think it's sufficient or not. In addition to Article 25, we have this issue that not all of this rural character language that we have in our master plan is properly reflected in all of the specifications around things like site condos and various other developments. I think it's critical to get that done as well and to seek some professional help as well as leveraging the talents and the people within this township that actually have experience with planning to get that done and get it done quickly. I'm not suggesting you have a pause for an inordinately long period of time, but you do need to get the work done and you need to do it properly and you need to do it with public awareness. Secondly, I'd like to just address some of the, you have quite a few items requesting funding at today's meeting. And I would just ask that you look at these critically and ask yourself, how many residents will benefit from the various projects and prioritize going forward? Because it seems like there's a sudden flurry of requests right after your budget was approved. And we know that there was a lot of feedback and concern about spending more than what you're taking in. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person. Oh, come on.
Hi, my name is Karen Boyd. I live on 6303 Bags Road. Obviously, I'm here to oppose the Bags Road development. We know we can't stop all development. We don't want to stop all development, but to have a condo complex over there is absolutely absurd. People love driving 72 because of its rural character. People love driving and seeing the deer, the geese, ducks. We've got the I can't even think what they're called right now. But there's just so much nature out there, so much view, so much to see. And to put a condo complex over there just doesn't fit in with the character. Obviously, the people of Whitewater Township don't want it. And I think that should speak over everything else.
Thank you. Yeah, come on up, sure.
I've only been in this area 3 years. I was a former missile guidance and control engineer. I wrote equations to make missiles hit targets, so we're kind of foreigners up here. But I guess I have one question for the board. Every place I've lived, you have a developer comes in. And in addition to changing the character of the local area, it also impacts schools. What is being done to make sure that this development does not adversely impact your school system? Increasing the number of kids into a school system that typically is already strapped for space. What is the developer required to contribute in order to take care, head off these future problems with the educational system in the area? That's one of the big questions I have. And also as a senior adult, regardless of where you come down on the climate change, global warming, whatever you want to call it, we have an obligation to hand down to the next generations the best possible world that they have to live in. We're a screwed up world because we're human. Somehow these kids are supposedly having trouble with psychologically because of concern about the world. Well, somehow just arbitrarily stripping the land of trees doesn't seem to make a lot of sense, especially since trees are our filtration system. I don't know how the subdivision I live in got through the Truax Lake, but at least they have a lot size to force a mitigation of the population density and also requirements, a minimum percentage of trees on lots. The idea of a developer coming in is simply just laying bare the landscape, frankly, is kind of offensive and not inconsistent with what I've seen with other subdivision land developers. And someone who does not live in this area, my concern is they have no vested interest in the area. This group of people, the people who live on Bag Road, I feel for them. And I hope you'll at least take the big picture into mind when you go to vote on this. And I would like to hear from you what you're going to do about the school system, protecting the educational institutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning, board. Paul Jakowski and Angelise, we're from over on Rickard Court.
Good morning.
We just like to say we're new residents to the area, moved up last year from more densely populated downstate areas. I actually had the blessing of being able to grow up here over in Green Lake Township over by Interlaken, but it's great to be back, and we truly appreciate the character of this area. It's a part of the county I was never really used to when I was young. Did hike a few times in Sand Lakes Quiet Air. We love that place now. We'd like to pitch a tent there if we could. But Yeah, I just want to encourage you to do the right thing, keep the will of the people in mind. Leverage the professionals who can give you counsel and, just do the right thing for the people of this wonderful township. So thank you. God bless.
Anyone else?
Hello, Amber Voice. I live at 5999 Bags Road. Most of you know me here. I have a huge part in the school district, huge part in the Parks and Rec here. I love this community. I grew up here since I was 12. My parents grew up here. It's just, I love the rural setting that we're in. I love the school district. I love knowing my neighbor. So when it came to about that a condo unit was being built across the road from us, it does draw me some huge concern. We talk about affordable housing. We all get it. But this area is not an affordable housing area. It's a rural area. We do have what's considered school of choice. Elk Rapids does have a lot of kids that do come from school of choice, that come from Rapid City, that do come from Acme, because they want their kids in this area. The schools itself, we support those kids that are from school of choice. They are allowed to play in the sports and rec. We do welcome them in. But changing this area to a condo unit takes away from every character that draws people here. On top of that particular intersection is a 4-lane crossover on 72. You get young kids there that are trying to make left turns, that are right turns. It is bad. You're coming down the hill. That is something in the future that's going to have to be really considered. On top of Bags Road that way, I don't know if necessarily is wide enough to support that many more houses on top of that boat launch down there, taking all that in to be considered. So as a mother, as a family, as a tax-paying citizen here, I do oppose this condo association. I love the area the way it is, and I'm not opposed to growth, but this particular growth in this area, I don't think is the right situation in this area. Thank you.
Anyone else here in the township hall?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Charlie Young. I live off Supply Road. And I've got a map here. And this map here shows the property and stuff where everybody here had to have 5 acres to develop. The property south of us just happens to be sold here 2 years ago. And every person that, had to buy 5 acres. That property has been for sale for quite a few years, and a number of developers have tried to come in and have the township change the rules for 5 acres and have always been turned down. Now, all of a sudden, we've got developers coming in here that are challenging that 5-acre parcel and stuff like that. That's why I'm against this. If you lived here for quite a few years and know that you have to have 5 acres, I think most of the people agree that you're living in Whitewater Township because you do have 5 acres. It is private. You do have neighbors and stuff that you do know. Our crime rate and stuff around here, as well as traffic congestions and stuff, is not an issue because the residents have to have 5 acres to be developed. And I think the majority of the people here are agreeing with me on the same token and stuff like that, to change the rules is going to allow developers to come on in here and just ransack, in my opinion, the issues and stuff that are coming here that that the majority of people here are trying to, alleviate so it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Welcome.
My name is Vicky, lifetime resident of Whitewater Township. I couldn't have said what others have said before me any better. I'm a little bit off topic today for what everybody's concerns are, but I feel it's time sensitive with the upcoming opening of Whitewater Township Park. There has been historically so much vehicle, boat, and camper traffic on this road. When I moved where I live now, back in 1979, there was talk of the road being paved. I'm not asking for the road to be paved. I'm asking for a dirt road to be better maintained. The dust is ridiculous. I cannot have the windows open in my house. It is dangerous for pedestrians walking down the road and other vehicles because it is such a dust bowl. I know that the road commission is getting ready to receive bids for brining of the roads. And once that is done, the communities can decide who is going to provide that service for them and how frequently it's done. I do not feel that this dust is good for people's health, especially people with asthma, allergies, COPD, and if you want eye irritation, that's a good way to get it, just hanging out on that road. I've had wheels to boat trailers land up in my yard. I pick parts up off the road. It's bumpy, dusty, and not a very good way to welcome people to our gem of a park. I can't have nice patio furniture. My house is coated with dust. My windows are dusty. Things have progressively gotten worse. Last year, the first time the road was brined was July 19th, long after peak traffic going to the township park. Is it possible to, on the park part of the road, to reduce the speed limit to decrease dust? It is the boat traffic, the camper traffic that makes the road turn into a washboard. And the vehicles are so noisy, it sounds like it's thundering all day long. This is not how I want to live in a beautiful area. So after the road was brined 2 days later, that treatment was no longer being very effective and it gradually decreased. I ask you to research what happened. Are you getting what you pay for? Consider possibly another company to provide this service. I also believe that the park and the campground should be a good neighbor and help pay for additional brining since the damage comes from the traffic they draw for their business. I suggest raising the fees at the park to pay for extra dust control and make it a more pleasant experience to travel on that road. The campground is currently priced less than other campgrounds and those campgrounds don't have prime locations with a lake and a boat launch. My other concerns pertain to the opening of the park. I don't feel like the park is really in a good situation. It needs maintenance. It's been 2 years that the erosion fabric has been exposed at the beach area with metal stakes put in to rope the area off. Is that area open or closed? I don't know. Pit toilets need to be repaired for several years. And so we're spending more money on renting porta potties versus repairing. I don't need to get into all the details. I'm just bringing these thoughts up. I'm a regular traveler through the park trails, the campgrounds, and the picnic tables are no longer flipped up on end against the trees, which has resulted in green algae, black mold, and lots of cracking of the woods of the picnic tables. They really need to be cleaned up before the season starts. They are disgustingly gross. Split rail fencing is leaning and some are broken and falling down. The lookout deck is becoming weathered. And should be taken care of. That's a very expensive asset. Okay, okay. So anyways, to make a long story short, all of these things that are deteriorating in the campground, I had the pleasure of speaking to Sue Moody, who professionally writes grants. She would love to contribute her time writing a grant, and her husband manages Platte River Campground. And he is offering also to provide input to help us get better. But Sue Moody could provide a lot of networking, resourcing, get volunteer groups going to help do these projects. This is not asking for money. It is just a way to get things done and beautify our gem of a park. Thank you. Sorry, I'm so windy.
Okay, anyone else here in the Township Hall? All right, so the long-awaited Zoom.
Hello?
Yes, I see that we have Tom McElway's hand is up. Good morning, Tom. How are you?
Good morning. I live at 8016 Lakeside Trail, and I will be brief. I appreciate the opportunity. Given the acknowledged deficiencies of experience and education and staffing of the Planning Commission members, and the defects in the current master plan and the zoning ordinance, it leads to my assumption or concern that a 60-day moratorium on a site plan and special use permit reviews is not nearly long enough to correct these concerns. Certainly, I think a moratorium is needed, but with the slow workings of government, I think that 60 days is too short. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Good morning, Richard. I see you have your hand up.
This is Richard Singer from 8644 Skegamog Road. And I have to be really brief because I'm in the middle of something. I have concerns about this development as the others who have spoken. My concerns, however, verbally will be a little bit different because I have a biology major from Michigan State and a zoology major, and I'm more, as much as I'm concerned about urban blight, which I watch the Metro Detroit area destroy all the natural scapes, I'm worried about runoff, water runoff, sewage, air pollution, noise pollution, and the changing lightscape at night. I don't think that it should be up to developers to further degrade our water system in it. And I know everybody knows that we have the largest freshwater runoff in the world in our area. If you look at Skegamog Lake, the algae is becoming out of control. Torch is soon to follow. And with more runoff because of development and the loss of the natural land, we're going to get further increasing, algae and destruction of the lake in and of itself. I think that somebody mentioned about development. Development has to happen, but with the level of science that we know, and believe me, I'm not a tree hugger, but there is ample evidence and literature out there to show that the destruction of a natural landscape can lead to destruction of water supply. And I think that that's the most valuable part in the area in which we live. I'm also worried that if this goes through, that there's other issues behind the scenes that most of the public doesn't understand. People buy land and they want to flip it to make money. I get it. This is farmland. It was never intended on being a subdivision, never. Otherwise, it would have been that way already. And I'm begging the board to please don't yield to the pressure of the dollar. This is about money. It's not about future. It's about money and it should be disallowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Rick, you sent me an email. Do you still want me to read that?
Read my email, please.
Okay.
I'm glad you got it. I wrote it last night after I saw patients at 11 o'clock. And right now, I can't tell you where I'm at but I'm doing work right now. So while
I
we're talking.
understand. Yep, scrub up. Good morning, Mr. Rebant. Any public comment this morning?
Yes, thank you, board. I think today's presentations, comments, I think have been speaking to the bigger issues within Whitewater Township, which is, perhaps the growth that has been occurring outside of Whitewater Township is catching up with our community. I must say that the people who have commented this morning, they're very articulate. You can see that they care about the township. And I really am proud to be a member of Whitewater Township this morning. I think the horsepower that's in that room can move things forward. I think what the ask for a pause is a reasonable request. I think that there are bigger issues that we all want to deal with, which is looking further down the road, beyond the development on the Bags Road property. There are other things that we need to be dealing with. So within the spirit of all of the people that are in the room, I hope as a community we can rally around what we believe is rural character. We all want it. We all need to preserve it. We all need to be participating as one voice. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Rick. I trust you're here for park things. Any public comment this morning, Rick? Okay. How about you, Andrew? Very good. Jerry Pasco, good morning. Any public comment?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Gutnick. Any public comment this morning?
No, I'm fine. Thanks, Ron.
Good. Good morning, Kim. Any public comment this morning? Good morning, KG. Any public comment this morning? Good morning, Doug. Any public comment this morning? Gotcha, Doug. Thank you. And good morning, Mr. Hall. Any public comment this morning? And so I have two telephone callers. First one is last four digits is 5160. Good morning. Any public comment?
Yes, sir. Joe Dupe, 11428 Lofty Road. Calling on behalf of the condo development. I am not agreeing to this. And it's, I think it's a simple task of just following your master plan. You've asked the residents for their input, needs, and wants, and you felt so strongly about it that you put it into a master plan for future reference. And if you choose to go against that master plan, your credibility goes out the window, and you don't honor the opinions of the residents at that time. So just follow the master plan, and Thank you for my time. Thanks.
Thank you. And the other telephone caller, the last four digits are 2529. Good morning. Any public comment? Hearing none at this time. I've heard the door open and close several times. Do we have any new folks here in the hall that everybody was going out? Okay, great. So we will join our regularly scheduled meeting here momentarily. So I do have several emails to read. And so this one comes from Jill Cooster.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
It sounded like maybe you might be reading an email from somebody who already made public comment. And I'm just wondering if that's fair.
I understand. Okay. To all board members, my husband and I are new residents of Whitewater Township and are just getting up to speed as to what is going on in the township and within the board that represents us. We moved here due to the rural nature of the area and certainly hope that all growth and development will be smartly researched and carefully planned for only in the areas where such growth would make sense as not to negatively impact the current characteristics of this beautiful area. Certainly a big development on a backcountry road surrounded by farmed and agricultural land is not in alignment with a master plan that would include preserving our abundance of open spaces and rural charm. Our understanding is that the Planning Commission and master plan of this community are in need of serious attention and in no way are currently qualified to move forward with approving planned developments for a large condo unit. I would hope that each of you vote for the moratorium on site plan and special uses. An updated master plan must first be established before proceeding with something of this magnitude, and input from the local community needs to be solicited and listened to. Thank you for your time. Jill and Al Cooster. So that person had spoke. And this comes from GC Dillette. Hello, I'm writing you with great concern over the proposed condo development on Baggs Road in Williamsburg. As a resident of Gay Road, having just bought our home this past month, I'm deeply concerned. We purchased our property because we are delighted with the quality of life here. I am a transplant, but my wife was born and raised here. The rural setting in the middle of a largely untouched farmland is one of the greatest appeals. The condo development is an understandable pursuit to a degree. It is clear that Grand Traverse County needs more housing. I am not entirely sure that the housing that is needed is of this type, especially when the plan submitted by the developer flies in the face of so many of the township ordinances, which aim to maintain the rural character of the area. First, it is compressed quality. So many residents on such a small plot of land invites congestion in what is essentially a, I'm going to say rural setting. The greatest concern of this, in this manner, developers respond to inquiries about the destruction of landscape, including the removal of grand maple trees on the site. Certainly, the board can see the obvious disregard for the needs of the community in these statements. When a business indicates that retaining the character of the community is someone else's problem, it is clear their aim is not true. At the very least, the township should require the saving of said trees, significant offset of buildings from the roadway so that visual effect is consistent with the area. Native plants are harmonious with what's already in place. Additionally, some consideration should be made to the traffic and water access glut that is surely going to occur, further burdening Torch River access to Torch Lake. I believe I speak for a good number of residents when I implore you not to allow Whitewater to go the way of the surrounding areas. You need only to look at the sterilization of Elk Rapids and the cramming of buildings into downtown Traverse to see what we're afraid of. We love this area and choose to live here. We dread the idea of becoming a playground for those who live elsewhere. This is our home, and we loathe to see it go away of guerrilla development in the name of profit. Thank you so much, Gina Dillette. Connie, you spoke. This is from Lisa Bowerman. Good morning, board. I'm unable to attend the 412 meeting. This is my public comment. It is my understanding that the zoning ordinance and the master plan for Whitewater Township does not meet state requirements. It has been suggested that a moratorium be placed on site plan and special use permits. Many citizens of the township are confused and frustrated. A vote to put a hold on the site plan and special use permits gives the township board and the planning commission time to get ordinance and master plan in order. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. Sorry. Telephone calls that I've received from Helen Hertzberg, Bill Bustinance, and Jim Stanton all speak in opposition of the character of the proposed development. Richard Bemis, Mike Bellinger, Chip Laramie called to express concerns of a somewhat different nature, and they were concerned about the density and the keyholing effect that could potentially take place on lake access. Again, I believe they were looking at the biological concerns of overusage. This email comes from Kim and Deanna Elliott. I know your comment. I know our comment may be late, but we would like to still be part of the record for tomorrow's board meeting if possible. We are totally against any development that is similar in ludicrousy to the one that has been proposed for Baggs Road. What is happening to our rural character that we're to keep in Whitewater Township? This many homes, wells, septic fields, etc., in such a small agricultural area. We are against the current proposed Baggs Road development. This comes from Thomas Sletter, and it's labeled Section 36, Town 28, North Range West. I'm not sure that this is actually about the Baggs Road condominium, but here we go. Ron, my name is Tom Sletter. And I would be in favor of this if two conditions could be met. The site should have a dedicated sewage plant. This may be an opportunity for a larger system for neighbors to hook up to. And second, the units should not be available for short-term rentals. The location is great, and I think it lends itself for future growth of a corridor that should be developed. Banning short-term rentals will preserve the opportunity for residents to continue with the option of renting their property, therefore continuing an income stream that many rely on. Thank you for your consideration. Nearing the end here, folks. This one comes from trustee Volmuth. Please read the following note into the public record at the first public comment. I regret to inform you that I will not be at the Township Board meeting this Tuesday, April 12th, 2022. A few days ago, I suffered a serious injury that has not been stabilized pending testing that is needed to determine exactly what surgery will be needed. So far, testing has indicated that my foot is broken in 7 places and I'm on strict bed rest. Please record me as excused for this meeting. In my absence, I would like to encourage the remaining board to set into motion a reasonable and responsible ADA remote attendance policy. My situation is a perfect example. My injury is complicated by existing conditions. If our policy was in place, I might have been able to attend remotely and continue to serve the people. The given disability does not mean that I cannot think, talk, operate my computer, or continue to contribute. It just means that if from time to time, I may need to do these things a bit differently than others. Our policy should be based on the applicant's request, potential cost to taxpayers, and the doctor's recommendations, period. There is more to remote attendance than COVID. Why would we want a policy that allows any township official to override a doctor's decades of schooling and experience? Let's stay out of it. Let qualified doctors determine the need. All we should keep on record is what and when. Why is nobody's business? It is between the individual and their doctor, and we should do the right thing. I do believe this is the most correspondence I've received outside of marijuana on one topic. Thank you all. And this comes from Jan Fox. To all whom this may concern, as we're looking at the progression of things and how the dates line up at this time, we have some questions for all of you to consider. As you've continued to listen to the community, the dates for application permits have continually been pushed out. That says something. Now, the new application date is just over 8 weeks before the entire community will actually have their first opportunity to vote on this. When I asked Ron quite some time ago what the big deal is about waiting for a vote for the entirety of the township community to cast their vote on industrial commercial scale marijuana manufacturing in our small farming community, I was basically told it was about timing and money. As we said in our last letter, the members of Whitewater Township government have been spending our money and lots of it without our permission on an issue that all have not been allowed to have their say in as a whole. Currently, the dates set out in front of us, they are literally 47 days between application acceptance and the actual vote of the people who are paying for all of this. And we will live with all of the effects. Really, what is this about? You have one entity already suing the rest of their own community over this. What's to stop other community members from suing the township over the facts of spending our money on an issue that was not waited for in order for all who pay the bills to have a say? Setbacks, they need to be further away from people's homes. 100 to 300 feet is nothing. The quantity and placement of the marijuana grow and processing locations. This part needs to be scaled back if indeed the people vote to allow it. Consider the size of our community and the land that is not allowed to be involved, RC district, and revise it to a more reasonable number like Acme Township has. Keep it out of our rural landscape and within the manufacturing, industrial, commercial areas. We know from personal experience, having something like this outside those required areas makes it virtually impossible to effectively monitor. A nightmare many of us have already lived through in the making. This doesn't even begin to touch on the real possibility of water aquifer issues that could impact our community as well as other environmental risks. My last point in research, I found an article and there's a link applied. It appears to shed some light on the future. At the very least, it seems prudent to carefully read through in order to protect everyone, including the farmer who is suing the community. Here's an excerpt of it. When you see larger grows coming in and growing thousands of square foot of product, then releasing it for lower prices, it forces everyone else to fall in line behind that price. The smaller guy can't compete. Concerned about grow operations shutting down and large companies essentially forcing small folks out. All things considered, we believe it behooves us not to push things. And for the sake of our beautiful community, it is our job as commissioners not only to carefully watch things unfold in the area that have already been doing this, but continue to do plenty of research on this topic. Last and most important, it's imperative to push the permit applications of 6/16 beyond the August 2 vote. Thank you. Sorry, it was hard for me to read and keep time. I do apologize. I think I probably went over 5 minutes. And this is the last one. This comes from Mark Rickey. Hi, board. I may not be able to attend the board meeting this week. Therefore, please read my comments, questions to the attendees. Thanks. I have been able to review the site condo layout and have the following observations. Parcel 1 is very close to Baggs Road. There are already a lot of deer in this area, and having a house so close to Baggs Road will cause more vehicle deer accidents. If there is a house fire or other emergency on the street, what is the escape plan for the residents when the street is filled with fire trucks and ambulances, etc.? My understanding is that there's a land conservancy on the other side of Baggs Road. What research has been done to determine how this development will affect it? There are existing trees on about 60% of parcel 2. Building the home on this site will eliminate a majority of those trees, thereby creating a potential for flooding. For parcels 4 and 5, part of the property has a depth to water table of 0 inches. In both cases, these are areas are classified as very poorly drained. Other parts of parcel 5 is classified as somewhat poorly drained. For parcel 18, the depth of the water table is about 0 inches for the part of the property, is classified as poorly drained, and has an infiltration of 1.98 to 5.95 inches per hour. This infiltration rate is much greater than the other parcels. What does this mean? Another part of parcel 5 is classified as poorly drained, parcel 25. Parcel 21 poorly drained, excuse me. About half of parcels 4 and 5 have draining issues. The site plan shows a possible wetland at the south end of these parcels. About half of these parcels would be swampland. Is the wetland intended to address these issues? Will these issues be disclosed to the potential buyer? How will the septic fields perform on sites that have already known drainage issues? The site plan notes a comment that there is possibly creek drainage area. It appears to run through parcels 4, 5, and 21. What is the plan to manage it? For the properties whose depth to water table is 0, is the plan to raise the homes to a higher elevation so they aren't simply being built on a floating foundation? A risk for many of the properties on the south side of the development are presently classified as well drained. May not be once the condos are built. I'm sorry. Yeah. The cement is poured, the creek is filled with water, and so on. Summary. Wow. So anybody timing me on this one? All right.
I show one.
Summary, there are 4 parcels that have known drainage issues with trees being removed. Homes built, driveways, roads, paves, creeks, all likely causing issues with 4 parcels. I would like to know what will be done to address these issues. Separately, I've lived in the rural area for 25 years. I'm trying to connect the dots on how a developer from Grand Rapids would be buying property in Williamsburg to build condominiums. It seems pretty random. I also ask you to individually poll each member of the Planning Commission to see if anyone has a sort of formal or casual relationship with the owner or developer of the property. I am pretty new to Williamsburg. Just out of curiosity, have any other condos or similar projects been proposed over the past several years? And if so, who was the owner of the property, developer, builder? Mark Rickey. So for the interest of time and fairness to Mark, I did paraphrase much of what he wrote. So I apologize for my slow reading. And I believe that was the last one. Okay, so we will join our regularly printed agenda now. And for those of you who don't have a copy, there is one on the table. Help yourself. And we will begin under section G, which is reports and presentations, announcements and comments. And our first person up to the podium is County Commissioner Daryl Nelson. Please give him a warm round of applause.
I like it when you applaud ahead of time because you probably won't afterwards. I want to start out by, so Daryl Nelson, Grand Traverse County Commissioner, District 6. I just want to thank the members of the audience. I go to a lot of meetings in my job, and the respectful decorum that you guys exhibited is unusual, and I appreciate that. These guys have a tough job up here. They have to make decisions that whatever decision they make on an issue, there are always people who are in disagreement and people who are in agreement. So it makes it very difficult. So when you're respectful, like you are, and well prepared, it makes their job easier because they know that these are issues that can get emotional. And I've been here before when you guys have been yelled at by people and not treated with respect. So I hats off to the community. I live in Acme Township, just over the line. I don't have a stake in this issue. I don't have an opinion, so I'm not rendering one way or the other, but it was nice to see. And I'm sure the board appreciates when it's like this. So anyway, I'm here instead of the equalization meeting this morning at the county. So I'd rather be here, but that is not that big of a compliment. I do like seeing you guys, but that equalization meeting sounds like a real snoozer to me, but
you're being recorded. Careful.
I know. Well, they know that they were there. Things going on at the county. You may have heard that Grand Traverse County is is going to attempt to transfer Twin Lakes Park to Long Lake Township. That's a county-owned park, transferred by some families to be used for recreation, specifically for youth recreation, but all recreation. The kind of the background on that, Whitewater taxpayers were paying for the Twin Lakes Park as part of your taxes. It was costing about $50,000 or $60,000 a year after year for a long time. It's a nice park, but it needs a lot of work and has some great potential. The transfer that we have proposed and hopefully will sign, it's going to cost the county less money from day one, from the year one of that contract. The township has plans for many improvements to the park that will still be available to all citizens, including members of Whitewater Township. So I look at that as, I'm way out here in District 6 on the East Coast, probably not a lot of use in Twin Lakes. It's a way to get the park better. It's a way to save money. And I think more fair and equitable. If Whitewater Township had a park that the county owned that was asking to be for Whitewater to take over because you guys had some things that fell within the deed restrictions of that park, I would certainly consider your request as well. There have been accusations, claims by some that the reservations and contracts that are existing out there are going to be broken, including some nonprofits and people that are having just like a graduation party. That is not true. The board, the administration, Long Lake, everybody has agreed that they want that in the contract, that those will be honored. I would not support it if we were suddenly breaking contracts with people that we have in place. So that contract is being written up. I don't know the timeline on that, but I did vote in favor of that, and that's my reasons why. Last week I attended the Michigan Township Association meeting, which was in a room about from this carpet forward, maybe smaller. So the administrator came and updated the township officials from the county on the PSC ARPA committee of 11 citizens that has been appointed. Commissioner Bennett, Commissioner Goss, and Supervisor Pop were all there. You guys actually heard the talk. I stepped outside to make room for others in there, township officials, so they can maybe talk more about what was stated at that meeting. But we're still setting up the architecture for how we are going to take public input and that process. The rules keep changing. The process is going to be, it's one of our most important jobs we're going to have in years. So hopefully we're going to do it right. I continue to ask you guys to keep in communication with me. Any questions or concerns about that process? And obviously I'll forward that on and do what I can. Somewhat related to that, April 16th, the county board is going to meet in a strategic planning process with members of administration. When I first started in this position, I was shocked to learn that we don't have an existing strategic plan, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 10 year, whatever. Kind of like playing basketball in a big gymnasium and not knowing what the rules are. So you just run around with a basketball. So partly due to some of my pushing, we're starting that process on the 16th. So hopefully that'll give the county some better direction and we know what we're trying to do. I want to have that point on the horizon that we're shooting for. Departments getting their budgets into administration as we speak. So the Board of Commissioners can advise and review these requests. We want to have several meetings on that and make sure they're justified, make sure they're good. Part of the reasons for this is, we've talked about this before, we're buying a new software system that incorporates everything, better metrics, better reports, better system. That ASA or the AS400 system from the 1970s has served us very well. Everyone's very familiar with it. And as it was spoken, I've said before, it's not hackable, someone told me, because none of the hackers know how to use it. It's so old. But we're going to try to get our budget numbers into the AS400 system, which the people in that department are familiar with, so that when we transfer over, they're not trying to do the budget process in the new system. We'll have those numbers in ahead of time. So that's earlier, much earlier than we normally do that. I think it's probably a good plan. Listening to them, we've all been through software conversions, which turn into a real mess. It's not good to say, we don't know what our budget is, we don't know what our numbers are, we don't know what we're spending. So we're doing it this way so that we have a much longer rollout and time for mistakes. We also understand that because we're doing the budget so early, that's going to require some future changes in department budgets, and we're going to make higher fund balances in areas to be prepared for that, so that we're not going over budget on items. The county received an award for excellence in accounting procedures again this year. I think that's 16 years in a row. The budget is in good shape. There's been a lot of changes by previous administration and boards to get us to the point where we are. So we want to stay in there. Last thing I want to talk about, and Commissioner Goss can probably speak more intelligently about this than me, but election integrity is important. It's been an issue that we've all talked about. Grand Traverse County clerks are working with the different clerks to make sure that our election process is going to be in good shape this year. One of the things they're doing, and again, I'm speaking a little more than I understand, but there are cell connections. The data used to be sent through a cell signal back to the county. Correct me if I'm stating this wrong. These are being taken out of the unit. There's now going to be a thumb drive, hard drive type transfer by hand, along with the paper backups to help with security. But they're going through some load testing. Whitewater Township has an election on May 3rd. That will be one of the tests of that system. So kind of falls on your shoulders. But anyway, Cheryl can certainly answer questions better than I can in that. So, but I think that is my report. Does anyone have any questions for me?
I just have one comment
Mhm.
about the MTA meeting we attended.
Mhm.
And I don't know if anybody else heard this, but during the conversation, a question was asked about equal and fair distribution when we're trying to partner with Grand Traverse County. And it was made plain that money's going where the population is. And that sent me a signal that townships with low population that is requesting money, unless we partner with somebody else on a project, has low chances of getting any kind of funding.
I would answer it. We don't know how this is going to go, but I would answer it'd be proportional. So
To population,
for
is what you
population.
said.
So, I mean, it wouldn't be, to take an extreme example, it wouldn't be fair for, say, Whitewater Township to get more money than Garfield if money goes to township levels. I mean, what we are going to be looking at is how to do projects that serve the larger community as a whole. If a water system or broadband out to, for example, Whitewater benefits the entire county as opposed to specifically just Whitewater, that's probably going to get more, this is me talking, certainly not the board, probably get more emphasis than if it was something that was specifically like for a corridor, you know, down a certain road or something like that. So all monies, basically all money that comes out of the county is somewhat proportional to population, probably also
So what you're
land based.
saying is that if we put in for a project that we have out here,
Mhm.
that depending on how much it services our population is what the consideration is going to be.
Not necessarily, no. And I understand why you're saying that. Again, we don't know how this is going to go. We don't know if there is any money of that 18.2 million, which we've, in our heads, we've all spent about 75 times. I'm not sure if any of that money is going to actually go to a specific township. May or may not. I can't answer that question. I don't know how that's going to happen. The committee, I know the board members I've talked to are looking to try to find a way to use that money, maybe in concert with something you guys are doing. If it's in concert with maybe 3 townships, if it's a bigger benefit. I'm trying to think of an example on the fly, say use broadband just as an example. If it was a trunk line type of thing, like I can see maybe a trunk line that came from, I'll just pick a random point at 3 Mile that came all the way out here and went down to Fife Lake. Maybe that would be something, but then the hookups as you go out into the townships would be something that the townships would pay for. And that's a purely hypothetical off the fly kind of example. You understand what I'm saying? So does that mean that Whitewater Township is going to get less money per person or per area? Not necessarily. Does that mean that maybe a larger township gets more, like a bigger check or a bigger funding support? That could happen. That
And
could
I also
happen.
heard they have no plans to do broadband spending because they believe
At
the state is going to.
This
do it.
point, that is true, and there
I
is.
understand your
Right, I'm just
example is
using, I'm
just
trying to
an
think,
example.
use Waterline, whatever,
Right.
but it does look like there is some big broadband money coming. There's waves of money being printed up. They got printing machines going full time, as you know, and so we're looking at what might be coming behind this one. And we're going to overlay the community survey that was done, came out last year ago, February. What this committee comes up with, part of this committee of 11 has been set up reaching to all different kind of parts of, there's nonprofit, there's business, there's community, and then we're asking for input from townships as well. $18.2 million is a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money. As you guys know, like I had one request from a township. It was a project they wanted to work on, and it's $6 million, and that would have been one township. They weren't requesting of me, but they were saying this is something that I would like to do. And I'm like, that's going to be a tough one to have one township thing, unless it benefits the area or it's an economic driver for the county or something like that. If it sounds like I'm being kind of evasive, I'm on purpose, because I certainly can't speak to how this process is going to go yet.
No, because you're just in the infancy of the process.
We are, yeah, and I'm one person of 7, which will be 9. So I'm looking at things. I'm the east, with my new territory, I'm the whole eastern front of the county. That's the more rural part of this county. So I want to see those type of things, and I know what's important to rural versus if I was in the city. So I'm keeping my hand up on those issues.
Appreciate that.
And hopefully, when we're all done, we're all equally upset with the process, as opposed to some people being more upset than the others. Is that a fair?
Well, I was encouraged with the diversity that they put together for their committee. Those 11 people, they spread it out across the spectrum of, like you were saying, you got the health, you got daycare, you've got roads, you've got local townships. I mean, you've got a variety of entities, people, experts coming together.
We did get a lot of flack from some townships for not having to be just the townships coming together, and the townships, and realizing that I used to be at township level, and now I'm District 6 is the area I think about. And we all have a little bit different, we think of lines that aren't necessarily out there. When people are driving in from different areas or going to different places, they're not necessarily thinking about the line where Acme and East Bay and Garfield and all those things happen. So one of the things about this committee is they kind of think more broad and regionally, but the township factor, the local governments are an important.
It has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And my contention has always been is that townships, planning commissions, groups like you understand how these projects work. You understand, like a road project, a sewer project. You guys have done these things. Before I was in township, I said one of the things I learned most about being in township level when I was there is I learned more about forced main sewers and water systems. I just kind of thought you throw a pipe in the ground and it's good for 100 years. That's definitely not the case. I serve on the DPW board, and it's very expensive to have water come out, and when you flush the toilet, you don't see it again. And that it safely goes into our waterways in a manner that we want it to. So I also look at, this is a great time to start an infrastructure company, because there's going to be huge demands in infrastructure spending. And we know what that's going to do. It's going to cause the price to go up, and it's going to cause delays and backlogs. So right now, the last I checked, maybe it's changed in the last day or so. These have to be allocated and planned by 2024. Now it doesn't have to be completed. Originally, I think it had to be completed by 2024. That's just not going to happen, because there's only so many people that do the different things that some of this money is going to get spent on. So we might run into that problem as well. We could be 2 years from now talking about that project we're planning that benefits Whitewater Township, and all the contractors we find are putting a 250% premium on the price because they're turning down business everywhere, and it might delay it. So that's just me looking at my cloudy crystal ball. Does that answer your question?
It does.
A little bit? Okay, thanks.
Any other
And-
questions?
I do. Oh, well, it's more of a, just an observation. The other thing I took out of it, besides what you've all explained, is that we need to have something concrete to the committee or the county by August. That's what I heard Nate say. I believe it was Nate, that we have to have something that we're serious about, as for, whatever our request is going to be, and that we are capable of fulfilling our end of it. So I guess, so we've got the ARPA criteria, and then the county is going to further refine. They're going to come up with their own criteria. This committee, I should say, the committee is going to come up with their own criteria. And when do you think that might be finalized, so that we can get our discussions going and public input and all that, but when do you think we can, know what the county's criteria is going to be, the committee's criteria, so we can make sure to meet that?
Sometimes the best answer is a quick one. I don't know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's the first I've heard about that August thing. So
They mentioned that
I
at
will,
the
yeah, and
meeting.
like I
you
said,
were-
I wasn't able to
yeah.
hear because I had to step outside.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a question I'm going to ask, because I haven't heard that. The criteria that this 11-member committee, nothing can be approved or nothing is real until the Board of Commission actually says yes.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised by that August date.
It seems kind of soon.
That does seem soon to me too. So
Yeah.
I am going to have to find out,
okay.
and I'll follow up with
Appreciate that.
the board, because I don't know the answer to that.
I
Any
don't
other
think the
questions?
Townships are going to get any money. I think it's going to other uses, and that's fine with me.
You heard the same thing I did.
Yeah. It's, the county has a hard job in front of them, a very difficult job trying to give money away. And the ARPA funds were originally meant for those persons who were impacted by COVID-19, not the townships. And so, I think that Nate's got, the county's got a good grasp on the basic needs of the ARPA. So that's all right. We got our own money.
You do have your own money, and
Well,
you have,
then we don't need to have a town hall meeting if we're not going to get any money.
Well, we have our money.
Well,
We
they
still
have-
need to meet on that.
Okay. Well, yes, we have our money. That's right.
clear as mud, isn't it?
But clearly, people in our township were impacted also,
Could be.
not just in Traverse City general area or the big townships is.
One of the
Garfield and
benefits of
Stay.
the way the structure is set up you've got you have, what are we gonna have now? 9 districts. And that's to help from like it being gravitationally pulled toward the center of the population. So it's just in Traverse City or, whatever. So that you do have each individual town or townships have their representative, which is looking toward that.
Sure.
Looking out for it.
Senior center is a good example. The senior center, they would love to have a county-wide millage to support the 1 of 5 senior centers in downtown Traverse City. And without talking to you guys more, that topic might come back up. I'm not sure we've got the Rock in Kingsley, we've got Small up in by New Hope in Acme Senior Center program, which could be improved. I'm not sure I'd be in support of a countywide millage for something, a building that the county doesn't own, that the city would own, but we just run a program in there we're a tenant of. 'Cause I look at my district, that doesn't necessarily serve, unless maybe it improved all 5 equally. So.
Lots of work to do.
Lots of work to do.
Thank you.
Lots of questions. And boy, we like to say we spent it a bunch of times over. That's for sure.
That we have.
Thank you.
Darryl. Yep. Chief.
You don't want to record the fire department? Okay. All right. I'll try to make this short and sweet because I know we're just digging into a long agenda. On behalf of all the new faces in the audience, I am Brandon Flynn, your fire chief. Of course, I know some of you. Been here 4 years and I work out of the station at 8380 Old M72. If you're ever in the area, maybe by the post office, stop in and say hi. So the first quarter for the fire department in a nutshell, runs are up, required training is up, and staffing is critically low. And that's not just Whitewater Township, that's like across the nation. So at least we're in line that way, right? We'll be working on some of that stuff this summer. The 3 main things that I just mentioned. But in the meantime, we did get our new air packs in service. We had the face masks were on back order for like 2 months, but they finally came in. We were all fit tested. And they are in service. And I did find a recipient for our old SCBA air packs. North Central Michigan College in Petoskey will take them for their fire academy class. And they kind of boosted that up here recently, which is good for firefighters in the region, for all fire departments. And actually, they're pretty excited. I haven't seen so many exclamation marks on an email before. So they're pretty excited. And I look for that memo perhaps in the May meeting, so we can get that equipment disposition all set up. The roof was repaired on the fire station yesterday. This nice weather has brought out some contractors, which is good to see. So that is all set. I think I have the fence ordered for the cemetery, but I am not quite sure yet because I haven't heard back from them. Working with the Ultra Fence. They are a state manufacturer that made that fence. It's been an absolute nightmare working with them and trying to get them to supply fence. So anyway, I'm working on that and a few other things, that some housekeeping issues I have later on in the docket. Hopefully we get to. And we're just plugging right along. If you have no questions, I'll let you get on with the meeting.
Well, I just want to mention that I was recently at a meeting and another fire chief was there. And he specifically commented to me how fortunate Whitewater Township is to have you.
Oh, yeah?
And, yep. And I said, yeah, we realize that we have just an outstanding fire chief, and commented on, all the things you do, and especially your grant writing skills are awesome. Besides doing a great job managing the department. So thank you.
Good,
for that.
appreciate it.
Are you embarrassed or do you have rouge on this morning?
I just put some
Hmm?
blush on this morning.
Yeah, okay. Blush, yeah, not rouge.
I have to check, see who's on my payroll, who said that.
No one on your payroll.
No.
Okay, Planning Commission report. I see that Mr. Hall is online. Bob, are you here to provide a Planning Commission report? Well, we'll have him jump in whenever he's available and we'll just continue to move on through the agenda. Park and Recs report.
I do not have a report as I had another obligation last night and was not able to attend the meeting.
Okay, and Karen Robinson, good morning. Sorry, our agenda has been so long. I told you it's normally only 15 minutes to get to this point.
This is fine. You know, it's like I'm so busy that you're forcing me to sit here and just do nothing physically doing anything else. So I appreciate that part of it. Thank you. Thanks for letting me be here today. I am Karen Robinson. I live in East Bay Township, and I am a retired paramedic firefighter for East Bay Township. I served the community for 32 years at Station 9. In 2012, my son was killed in a motorcycle accident in town, right on the border of the city in East Bay. Obviously, that takes a heck of a lot out of a parent, no matter who you are and no matter how old your child is. After that, as going through the grieving process, I joined a motorcycle group at my age, got a tattoo in memory of him. And I joined this motorcycle group because I wanted to help raise motorcycle awareness, to hear the driver of the vehicle that created the accident that killed my son, for her to say, I didn't see him. And it's like, but the headlight was on, there was a car next to him, and everybody judges speed by cars, not by the motorcycle. Their speed is not as easy to judge as an oncoming car is. So with that, I don't agree with everything that the motorcycle group does, but I am now their awareness person. And we started this ride in May because May is Motorcycle Awareness Month, and that's nationwide. We do what we call Eric's Memorial Awareness Ride in May to honor all those who have lost their life doing something that they love. And with the gas prices now, I expect to see motorcycle purchases going up because the distance that they can get and mileage they can get out of a tank of gas on a motorcycle. The weather has changed. There were a lot of motorcycles out yesterday and the day before. So I expect you'll see a lot more of them. The reason why I'm here is I'm here to request your permission. We do a ride every year, and we've been dedicating signs, permanent road signs that go in the road right of way, that say, look twice, save a life, and have a motorcycle on them. These also benefit pedestrians as well as bicyclists, depending on where they're placed. I've been out, I did go out Sunday with a couple of the people. We put in a bunch of stakes. We're getting ready for our ride on the 21st of May. And on that ride, we will be going and putting the signs up. I staked everything out, and then we'll go and erect the post. And the day of the ride, we're planning on putting 8 signs in. One of the signs, actually 2 of them, it's staked out for Whitewater Township, but I'm here to ask your permission to allow us to put them in your road right of way on these roads. I have to work with the road commission. MDOT does not permit us to put them on the main MDOT roads unless they're on private property. And then they have to be like 9 inches off the road right of way on private property. But the ones that I'm doing right now are on road right of way. And the ones that I staked out on Sunday, One of them is on Williamsburg Road, just north of Supply, between, what is it, Dead Horse Road and Supply. So to be heading south before they get to Supply. And the other one is over by the school, heading east on Supply. So that would be the two Whitewater signs that we'd like to erect on the day of the ride. And so that's why I'm here, is to get your permission to approve the erection of these signs in your county roadways. There's no cost to Whitewater. Us people who go on this ride, they pay to go on the ride. And that's the one thing, one benefit. We'll be starting in Kalkaska, and we are going 2 signs in Fife Lake. I meet with your neighbors in Union Township tonight at their meeting. And then Acme and East Bay have approved. So there's only one more township to talk to, and that's Long Lake, but they're not even part of the ride this year. So can I answer any questions for you?
Any questions for Karen?
Not really. I think it's a great thing you're doing though.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully.
I just had a question. The information we were given said that you purchased the first sign, I think it was.
Yes.
And I heard you say there was no cost to Whitewater Township. So you are able to get donations for the other costs?
Yes,
other signs,
and
or-
then when we do the ride, I mean, it's open to the public. Anybody that wants to ride a motorcycle, come on along, whatever, if you want to be in a car. It's a good time. Last year, I can't tell you how many bikes we had last year, but it was enough that we were in East Bay Township, and it was enough to warrant Officer McKinley saw that there were a bunch of motorcyclists, called into Central and wanted to let them know that he'd be out with a bunch of motorcycle people on Supply Road. And then he said, so what's going on? And one of the guys said, well, we're here with Karen. And he says, oh, I know what you're doing, because I've worked with Matt, and he knew, every spring that I was working on this since that accident. So yeah, so I will be notifying Under Sheriff Shea. He was also a partner. In fact, Shay is who had to police my son's accident and had just ridden with my son. He was hopefully going into the State Police Academy. And so he obviously did not make it. But, so I'm hoping that by doing this, that'll raise awareness for drivers who are so distracted to begin with, that there really are other people on the road besides them. And, that nobody else gets the same phone call that I did. So,
Thank
yeah,
you for doing what you did.
not a problem. Anything else?
So Karen,
Okay.
your business item will be further
Yep, I
down
see that.
into the
Okay,
agenda.
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome to hang around. We also understand that you're a busy lady. And
But I'm retired too, so I'm enjoying this.
okay, well, that's the first time I've heard that. But just know that I'll call and let you know the results if you do have to
Okay.
depart, okay?
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. You bet. Thank you. Okay. So I guess that brings us to the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items as presented. Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Baumhoff, absent. Bennett,
Yes.
Hop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
So I just wanted to bring one thing to the board's attention. I'm sure you read it in the PC minutes. This is a little out of character off the agenda. I apologize, but on packet page 23 in the bylaws of the PC, they changed the training from must to, or from shall to may. And with everything that we've got going on with respect to a lack of educational substance for the planning commission, I think when that comes to us, we say shall still.
Well, I will point out that a year or so ago, I believe you brought the agenda item to no longer have the PC bylaws come to the board for approval. So they aren't coming to us.
Yeah, and so while we do need to have that separation, you're right. But having them maybe skip some training at this ever important time just doesn't seem right. But
Well, you know that
Well-
you brought the conversation up, so I would say I read that. Just after that, I read the letter from Grobel to you, your communication back and forth,
Right.
where he talks about they are in serious need
Right.
of training. And then just before that, I read that they've elected to make it optional.
yeah,
I was not really impressed with that.
it seems either I'm missing something in the minutes or maybe the planning commission is missing something. So what I'd like to do is just bring this back as a future agenda item, maybe next month for board discussion. Okay.
Mhm.
Maybe we won't have 18 items on the agenda.
Or maybe we will.
Or maybe we will.
Definitely needs to be brought back.
Okay,
There needs to be some mandatory training.
yeah, yep, I think so. Okay, so that brings us to unfinished business number 1, ARPA reporting. I lied to you last week.
That's quite a way
I
to start out a
told-
conversation.
Well, I just want to be honest, I lied to you. I told you that I would get in and double check the answers that you had provided. I just haven't been able to get to that. So we'll attempt to do that either yet today or tomorrow.
We have a decision to make.
Yeah, from your initial email, Della had, or the feds actually released our report
Yeah.
process, right?
Right.
And so Della was able to sign in and she answered all of the questions.
She sent an email.
Sent the email. I was in agreement. I only had questions on 3 of those 8 items I think you listed. And so I think we're right on track. I don't see anything. We might have to have a question or 2 from the auditors, maybe, but they don't like to be our accountants.
From our auditors.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're not doing any ARPA work. They're not doing any reporting work.
no.
We might be able to get an answer from either MTA because they're doing quite a bit on helping local governments with their reporting, or we can actually get a hold of the State Department, that
Sure.
number they give you. But there is a long wait for them to respond because
Right.
so many people have so many questions.
Yeah, and some townships still can't get on yet. So.
Oh, I know, I don't understand that.
Is what it is. So the verbal update consists of, I think we're on track. And I would estimate that we're at least 75, if not 80% ready for the April 30th deadline report. Reporting deadline is what I should have said. Do you kind of agree with that, Ardella?
I do. I do. I mean, like I said, there's questions that need to be answered in order to move forward on filling out the online form for this, that I was not comfortable making on my own.
Mhm.
And like I said, if it gets, I mean, we may be able to navigate through this $0 spent, $0 planned. But when we actually get into more projects, it's my opinion, by looking at the forms, that it's going to become more complicated, and I am not sure that I am the person with the expertise for it.
So part of the discussion there at the last MTA meeting around our table was the townships, Green Lake, East Bay, and let's see, who else was at our table? Well, those are two big ones. They're going to take the $10 million deduction and just roll the ARPA funds right into their general fund and then spend it that way. It gets rid of their timetable of 2024. And they just spent it on general fund items. That was the end of their report.
Hmm.
And so that was interesting as the first two townships that I've heard going to use the $10 million deduction in that
Have they already
fashion.
done it, or they're just saying that's what they're gonna
Apparently, they've already done that. Yeah, so that's an interesting way for us to proceed too. Now, this first report won't matter because we're going to report zeros. We have not spent any of the ARPA money yet, so our forms are zero. But any questions?
I don't think we-
Are you good, Ardella?
Yep.
All right. Equal access policy. Unfinished business number 2.
Are you looking for a motion?
I think so. Sure. Yeah.
I'll make the motion to abandon an equal access policy allowing for remote board member participation at this time.
And I'll second for discussion. Any questions? Any discussion?
I have a comment.
Okay.
You read trustee Heidi Ballmew's email and it directly relates to this.
Mhm.
However, I am not seeing, according to the opinion, at least the way I read it, and I could be wrong, from our attorney, that we can overwrite the Opens Meetings Act. I don't see it. And the rules that have been set forth by the Dana Nessel on these exemptions for ADA. Heidi clearly states, and I know I feel the same way, that having to reveal all your personal information in order to get that ADA and all that you have to go through, I understand why she doesn't want to do it. I wouldn't want to do it either. But I don't think, I think Cheryl's motion and your second for discussion is proper because we don't have the authority just to override and disregard a law that's already in place.
So Cheryl, thoughts?
Well, I'm not surprised at what the attorney came up with. Because as I mentioned at the last meeting, reading that opinion, when you have to prove a disability, that requires a doctor's certification to that, as anybody knows who's ever dealt with anybody who's on Social Security disability or you know, a disability from an employment situation. You know, it designates the township clerk as the person who gets that private medical information and makes the determination. I don't care to have to be the one to do that. However, we don't have an HR department to do that. So, you know, I think it is what it is. We have to follow the law. If the township wants to have the equal access policy, those standards to, you know, be determined to have a qualifying disability are very stringent. And we don't have any authority to go around that.
And I felt that we got a canned response that was basically focused on COVID. And so, Heidi makes a very valid point. What happens in, we'll say, an emergency situation? Now, Heidi's not really in an emergency situation. Her particular situation happened 3 or 4 days ago. So that's not an emergency. But she could be laid up for quite some time.
Yeah.
That's the point she's making. I personally have been laid up for more than a month at a time, where, I was paying somebody here to shoot video so they could upload it to me so I could watch it and then still be a functioning part of this committee. I couldn't vote at that time, but still I tried to keep up with what was happening. So long story short, I really hope that the legislature gets their butt into gear, and I would ask that we each talk to Senator Schmidt and Representative Ross, and we get them working on this.
We should be writing a letter
Right.
individually to our representatives. And I was in the same feeling you have. I really was hoping that they would address this. I mean, COVID started it, but it has worked out well. I don't see a reason not to continue it. I mean, it's an old law. It's an established law. And I just thought maybe they would update it, but they haven't.
Right.
They're too busy deciding how to spend.
Trillions.
Yeah.
So
This is not important.
yeah, I think that this is not something that I would like to let go of just yet. But I think keep it on our radar, maybe annually, or maybe we even decide on a resolution as a board to ask Senator and Representative for some action.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that, Ron.
Would you be more interested in a resolution or private letter? What do you think carries more weight? Almost a private letter, I'm thinking.
I don't see any harm in doing both.
Okay.
Township board as a whole for the resolution and individual. It's up to you if you want to do it or not.
Well, I can certainly work on something in my spare time. That was a joke.
Oh.
Spare time. Mhm. So we'll do a resolution. Bring back next month, question mark. Other thoughts or discussions?
Just we have to vote on the motion.
Right. Roll call when ready.
Goss,
So the motion is to
Oh.
abandon an equal access policy, but you're saying you're going to bring,
He's talking about a resolution, right?
Yeah, so we're not going to
so
do the
we're not
policy.
really abandoning it.
Well, we wouldn't create the policy, but the resolution is going to ask
Right.
our representatives, right? So our policy is kind of abandoned, but we can change the motion if you would.
No, I'll vote yes on the motion.
Almost is not available. Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Okay, I think that moves us into new business already. Oh, new business number 1. And for those following along on packet, in the electronic packet, we are on page 108. And I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2210. I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Balmo, it's not available, Pop,
Yes.
oh yeah, no, it's good.
Okay. New business number 2, resolution 2211, Elk Rapids School Summer Tax Collection.
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2211 for collection of Elk Rapids Public School taxes for 2022-2023 fiscal year.
A second. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Balmuth, available, Bennett,
Yes. And Ron, for this resolution and the second resolution for Traverse City, I do have the documents that we need to sign to be able to send back to the schools. So if we can do that today, that'd be great.
Would love to get something else off of our plate.
Mhm.
Bringing us to new business number 3, resolution 2212, TCAPS and Northwest Education Services Summer Tax Collection. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2212 for collection of TCAPS and Northwest Educational Service taxes for 2022 at the rate of $2.50 per parcel.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Balmuth, absent.
The next item before the board is resolution 2213. And that is the recreational marijuana ballot language for August 2nd, 2022.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2213. A second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? So I kind of have some discussion, and this is going to take place on packet page 136. For those of you in paper copy, it'd be the second page of the actual resolution 2213. And it's actually the language that will appear on the ballot. Shall Whitewater Township adopt a proposal initiated ordinance that completely prohibits adult use, also known as recreational, marijuana establishments within the boundaries of Whitewater Township?
That's the petition language.
Right. And so, oh, that's from the petition
That's,
itself?
yeah, that's exactly
Oh,
where
okay.
ballot language comes from, is the header on the petition.
Okay, all right.
And then yes, always has to be the first choice. This is a
Mhm.
ballot standard.
Sure.
Yes, always has to be the first choice. So that ballot language has to be turned into a question that can be answered yes as the first choice. So the petition, the people who drew up the petition, this is their ballot language.
Okay, all right. Well, then they know what they want to accomplish.
Mhm.
I believe we have a motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Belmuth, not available. Pop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
New business number 5, and that is proposed moratorium on site plan and special use permits. I broke this down into two motions. And so I think what we'll do is just handle one motion at a time. Motion number 1 is motion to adopt a 60-day moratorium on all site plan and special use permit reviews. Looking for a second.
Oh, you're making that motion? Okay.
Yes, yeah.
I'll second for discussion purposes.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
Well, I'm going to oppose the moratorium again. I realize this has been brought to us, and I realize that we have some people in the township who realize we need to put a moratorium on site plan and special use permits. I would point out that if you want to talk about the site condo, other site condominiums have been approved in this township with this ordinance. We are going through a master plan update, not a complete rewrite of the master plan, but an update. And the Planning Commission has known for some time that they had a couple things that need to be added to the master plan. And as far as the comments, not specifically from the public today, but previously, the Planning Enabling Act does prescribe exactly what has to be in the master plan. I don't have the MCL number committed to memory, but there is a section in there that does, I looked at it recently, and it does say shall. And so these various things have to be in the master plan. But of course, those various things are always tailored to your community. So, we're not going to have sidewalks on every street and, all this kind of stuff like you might have in bigger communities. My biggest concern with the moratorium is that it's going to call a halt to everybody else who is seeking a special use permit or site plan review in the township. And that is very inconvenient for instance, this classic equine that wants to come in, who knows what other things might come in and, might come in the door for Bob to work on to go in front of the Planning Commission. And I just think it's grossly unfair to people who have projects planned in this community for them to be halted even for this period of time, to have everything they're working on be put on hold. That's going to be costly for them. And this site condo thing on Baggs Road, it wouldn't be in front of the Planning Commission if it didn't meet the preliminary zoning. And of course, everybody wants to make a big thing about, oh, the developers from Grand Rapids and, the word developer has become an evil word. Developers are evil. They're going to ruin our township and all this kind of stuff. But the developer hasn't even had a chance yet to have, the developer in this instance hasn't even had a chance yet to hear the concerns and react to them. I don't think any developer that I've seen at least is going to come into this township and insist on everything be done their way. Of certainly changes are going to be made. This water runoff issue, that's going to be dictated by the county health department. Other reviews that all have to be done. No reviews have even been done yet. They haven't even done their engineering. And no, we don't have 5-acre minimum lot sizes throughout the township. And so that's not a concern. I realize there's people in the community that would like there to be 5-acre minimum lot sizes everywhere in the township, but that is not the case. And, as far as the rural character issue, whose rural character are we talking about here? People in the township don't own all of the rural character in the township. So there's a lot of things that the Planning Commission has yet to do. I realize that the Planning Commission recently had a rather disappointing meeting. I'm disappointed as well in the whole outcome of that, particularly that we lost the planner that the Planning Commission wanted. I think is a huge loss, and I'm not sure how the township is going to recover from that actually. But I think I have faith in the Planning Commission moving forward to get the things done that they need to get done. They have a lot on their plate. When they have meetings that are canceled, they need to reschedule them and get back on track. This going an entire month without a meeting, that's not a good idea. They've just got too much work to not be able to do that. However, I agree in this particular instance, I do agree with the second motion about the zoning ordinance amendment. I would like, the attorney to look at that because I believe it was, prepared by Mr. Grobel. But I just don't see that we should be inconveniencing and costing money for every other person that wants to get a special use permit in this township, that we should be affecting their business with the township. I will be opposing the motion.
Ardella?
Where I've listened to everybody today and in the other meetings and on Zoom and the emails that have come to my office, I've read every single one of them and I take them all very seriously. I also feel that by placing a moratorium at this time when they are very close to this being finished, that it will hold up other people in our township from developing their businesses. I have no faith that the Planning Commission will work in a timely fashion. And I base that off from their previous history. The chair going rogue and writing this by using Chris Corbel instead of using our protocol which is prolonged this process, is not my fault. Maybe the PC chair could conduct her meetings a little more professionally without so much laughter and talking as if it's a social time. And maybe they would get more business done. Going back and reviewing several of the Planning Commission meetings, that was an impression I got. I'm sorry, but it is. I feel a lot of time is wasted, as many of the emails came to us have said. A lot of them from the Bags Road people, they are watching closely, so they are observing it. There is a lot of reiterating what a Planning Commission member says. It is what they say. Why do you got to reiterate it and tell their words? Bringing things back repeatedly until the chair gets the answer she wants is not an effective method of being a chairperson. It's not, and it is something that our current chairperson criticized in a previous chairperson for doing in a meeting. The article, I read through it and compared it to our current. I believe the second motion of sending what the final, it looks like would be the final they would have voted on if the meeting had been held, to the attorney, which should have been done first. Grobel's proposal should have been done first to the attorney, and then they could have tweaked it from there. I think needs to be done, and it needs to be done right away. Not next meeting. I think we need to vote on it today and get it off to them. And if they can't, if this is, I mean, we've worked with this amendment the way it is for how many years? And we've not been sued over it. My whole point is if we put a moratorium on it, it's going to be just like with the medical marijuana. They'll just push it down the road and push it down the road, and they won't never get to it. And that means any businesses coming into our township have no option of being able to get a special use permit. The veterinarian clinic up here that's replacing Sense Brothers, if we had put a moratorium on, would have stopped their construction. They'd be dead in the water. They'd move on. Sense would lose their sale. So there are other considerations besides the Bags Road project, which hasn't been formally put in yet, but it's getting a lot of attention, and I understand why. I do, but I don't remember Kim Magnus's development getting all these people in the seats. And how many homes does she have slated for in there? 28 on Broomhead, real close to where you guys are. So maybe Bags Road people are more motivated than the Broomhead Road people were. I don't know. But where I'm listening, I also have to consider the township as a whole, not just one development. And that is honestly driving this. I feel it's being driven politically, and that is wrong. So those are my feelings. They're not going to be popular, and I understand that. Yeah, but I understand that. But I have to do what my conscience tells me to do.
Up here.
Yeah, but I have to do what my conscience tells me to do as a whole. So that's my comment.
Sure. So originally, to write this motion, these two motions, I took into account, and I too was concerned that our longstanding process about how an ordinance gets developed and then eventually comes to the board. In other words, you know, they talk about it, they draft it, talk about it, modify it, and then send it off to the attorney. Then it comes to the board, right? I was concerned that it didn't follow that process. So that was my initial response to this, negative response to this. I am still in support of a moratorium, because as I've listened to the public here, we have got a huge discrepancy between what the master plan says and what our zoning ordinance allows, specifically with the site condominiums. And so if we don't like the words in this motion, is there a possibility that we could just say site condominiums? Now, I full realize, and every person that's called me here in the audience and online, I've also explained to them that we will likely be in a lawsuit if we impose a moratorium from this developer because of a delay. So I do see the downsides of it. However, you know, I also understand that they want to make sure that the proposed development is reviewed correctly. And as I read the ordinance, I read that a site condominium will be reviewed under PUD regulations. And in those PUD regulations, it calls for green space and all those things. these folks are calling for. And so I wonder if it's not just an interpretation, which we hire Bob and the ZBA, the Zoning Board of Appeals, and Bob Hall is our zoning administrator. We employ him to make these decisions. And I'm not saying he made a mistake. I'm a lay person. I read the words. I get maybe a different meaning than what he does. So bringing this conversation, my points to a close, is there anything that we could modify in this motion that would allow the other developments to continue? Most of those are already approved, by the way. I don't think we have anything pending except for this one, but I could be wrong, right? And sure, somebody could apply today or tomorrow or the next day, and we would be hampering them. So is there a way that we can define it to the Bags Road corridor until we can get this question answered? It's a thought.
I'm just gonna say, I'm not in support of that because we've had all this, outcry from people in that particular corner of the township. They haven't seen the engineering. They haven't seen the process that the PC is going to go through and all the things they're going to take into consideration. There's got to be all these other approvals, fire department, soil and erosion. There's just lots and lots and lots of things that have to be done. And to put a moratorium on that, you're just going to push all that work down the road. They need to be allowed to get that work underway. So it can be exactly determined what, people say, well, it's going to run, the water's going to run off on your land. That's illegal. To have water run off on your land from somebody else's property, that's going to be addressed. The open space, that's going to be addressed. These things are going to be addressed. And right now, they're not being addressed because, they just need to get going on the process and the developer needs to be allowed to get his paperwork underway, bring it to the zoning administrator who will take it to the planning commission. That's the only way to get the facts about what's going to happen with this site condominium. You gotta get facts. The facts have to be developed. The facts have to be, all the public will have the facts. And then they can, once they get the facts, maybe some of their issues have been addressed. But right now they're fencing with ghosts and they're saying this is going to happen and that's going to happen. Well, we don't know if those things are going to happen yet. We have to let the process go through the process before we just outright decide, well, this just isn't going to happen in Whitewater Township. That's not where we're at. And this eventually does come to the board. Site condominiums do eventually come to the board. And we've been getting a lot of public comment, and this isn't even in front of the board yet. It needs to get through the planning commission, and people need to see what is being done. And if they have reservations then, or they have concerns that something isn't being done, those can be brought up and those can be addressed. It's either something that the developer is required to do or something the developer is not required to do. And I haven't seen a developer yet come through this township who isn't willing and wanting to work with the township, work with the zoning administrator, work with the planning commission. 99.99% of developers don't want to come in and start out being bad neighbors. They want to have something that is accepted in the community. I think you're gonna find that the developer is not as evil as he, she, or they have been made out to be, and that they're willing to make changes in their proposed project to address concerns in the community. And I just think if we put a moratorium on this, we're just gonna push all of this further down the road.
So I have, this must be Kim.
No.
Know what?
If you're gonna ask if Kim Magnus can come on and explain herself.
No,
No.
no. But she has made a statement here that I think is worth the board considering. I don't know.
Did she type it into chat?
Yeah.
Well, that can be read.
Are you good with that, Ardella?
Okay.
All right. So the chat says, if the board blocks our May public hearing, it will delay repair of Article 25. Send it after, please. And so I would say, from what I'm understanding, is that she thinks the attorney, and I'm paraphrasing here, right? That the attorney, if we send it off to the attorney will delay it before she has a May meeting scheduled. Do you know what that May meeting schedule might be? Is it the regular one? I would think
Well,
it's a
I would
regular one,
assume
right?
it's their regular meeting, but I mean, if they're gonna have it's the 11th today, obviously the notices are no good anymore for the April 6th meeting that didn't happen. So these public hearing notices have to be redone.
Right.
I've not been directed to republish those. I could get that done very quickly if we have time here. It has to be 15 days. But I would just tell you that our attorney's office can turn things around very quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised if they got this language today, they will have it back in time for it to be available to the public and the planning commission well in advance of the meeting. I don't see that affecting their May meeting at all. Once again, I need to be told, though, if they're planning on having a public hearing in May, since I'm the one that sends the content of the notices to the Record Eagle, I need to know that. I've received no such direction. So I assume the notices that were prepared before for Classic Equine, and Bob Hall would be the one to answer this, could simply have the date changed on them and I could get them off to the Record Eagle very quickly. But here again, I've not been directed to do that. So.
And, you know, I've been monitoring the communication pathway. And, you know, we don't let Kim contact the attorney directly. It has to go through Bob. Bob likes it that way. That way he can make sure that a question isn't being led in a certain direction or inflection or however you want to say that. And so what I've seen is that Bob might get a request on a Friday, day after he's in the office. It doesn't go to the attorney's office until the next week. He might forget it. And so that creates some of the delay that I think Kim is worried about here. And so.
Well, that can be all gotten around.
And I'm thinking that maybe what we do is have an alternate pathway for Kim to contact the attorney, whether it's through a trustee or through another board member. I mean, I don't care. But if the zoning person should not be taken out of the loop, that's not what I'm saying. But Kim, if she needs some legal question answered in a short turnaround, we should at least be available to any chairperson to help them with that request,
Well,
not just planning
she can
commission.
send it to you and you can send it to the attorney, but I'm not for,
I really want to stay out of that, to be honest with
okay,
you.
well, then it should go through Bob.
I mean, with board permission, I will do that. But I don't want to get into a position where, it's a slippery slope for me because I recommend those folks for appointment.
You have appointment powers, so you are supposed to be
And,
hands off.
and so not necessarily hands off. We should still have oversight, right?
Well, that's not what I meant by that.
I
agree
know.
with you.
And so I will do that task with board approval, but I just want you to know that, please monitor me or in that role anytime you think it needs to be monitored.
Well, you could always just put us as CC when you're doing your request for information. That way we stay in the loop.
That's a great recommendation.
And I'm pretty sure that we voted on at one time that board members and the zoning administrator are the only ones who can directly contact the attorney's office. And the planning commission can go through Bob. They can go through Bob, then they don't need to go through you. And Bob understands all the timing of all this stuff. He's very good. He understands all the timing of everything. And so I don't think we have a problem. I think we just need to,
Yeah, it exists.
well, we can fix the problem.
Okay.
And quite frankly, way back in 2017, when the first zoning ordinance amendments started coming in from the planning commission after the master plan was all done and everything, the planning commission chairperson's attitude then was, we don't want it coming from the attorney. We want to do the DIY homegrown thing. And very strenuously rejected going through the attorney's office. And then we found that the board found that that was not a good policy. And quite frankly, we should be getting these amendments right from the attorney's office is where we should be getting them. And now that we don't have the planning cert, because the PC really, they're great, but they are not ordinance writers. The board is not ordinance writers. We get our ordinances from the attorney's office. The planning commission, if they have an ordinance or ordinance amendments, they need to get those right from the attorney's office. And also all these versions that are out there that are not redlined. So we don't know, there's what, 2 versions of one of the Article 25 amendments in the packet. There's no red lines in there. Don't know what's being taken out, what's being inserted from what we currently have. I want red lines. I want to know. And the public needs to be able to know too, without taking 2 documents and going, well, here's, comparing them word for word, side by side. No, that's not the way it's done. We need to get them from the attorney, the ordinances, the proposed ordinances. Then we need to get, and if the planning commission makes changes, red lines should come back from the attorney's office so that we have a chronological record trail, paper trail of exactly what has transpired with zoning ordinance amendments. And red lines are sometimes kind of hard to read, but then they always give us a clean copy too. But I would just assume ordinance writing come from the attorney's office. They are the ones, because one more comment, I'm sorry, I'm almost done. The thing about ordinances is this. It's not all of us who are going to be standing. If there's a legal challenge to something, it's not any of us who are going to be standing in the courtroom defending it. It's the township attorney. And it needs to always be written in language that the township attorney's office can defend. So it needs to be stated so that it is something they can defend in court. And
my only thought on that is, at least if it initiates from the attorney, they're getting the legal version of it before they start making changes to it.
That's right.
And that gives them a good foundation to build from.
And actually, I've come to understand that some township planning commissions, even at some points, if they're considering zoning ordinance amendments, they have the attorney present. And our attorney could be present at a planning commission meeting via a Zoom call and could provide some on-the-spot advice about things that maybe the planning commission is considering that, you know, because they've complained before, well, we wanted this, but then it got shot down at the attorney's office. Okay, well, maybe, you know, we can invest, since we don't have a planner now, we can divert some of that money to, you know, having an attorney available at some of the planning commission meetings, probably via remote participation, but have them available so that the planning commission can get some on the spot advice about some things. And the attorney can also be making changes to a document on their end that, you know, that's less work for the planning commission chair to be modifying documents. And Kim's not, you know, I think she doesn't maybe, you know, she isn't super familiar with the red line process. And so I just think it streamlines it.
There's so much for me to comment there. I'm going to start by saying I don't agree with either one of you a whole bunch on what you said. But let me start with saying I believe the ordinance needs to come from our people, not our attorney. And so I think the process we have agreed on, where the planning commission does their outreach, whatever, and then they come up with something that gets provided to the attorney. I like that because we include the people at the grassroots organization level. Then we move it up the chain a little bit. The PC modifies it maybe to fit into the zoning ordinance a little better, and then legal takes a look at it. So I kind of like that process.
Well, and what I would just say is that you have the attorney present at the beginning. So the attorney knows where because the planning commission is going to be bouncing ideas. And that's where I'm talking about the attorney's input is very critical, because the attorney can say whether something is going to be, you know, that they can do something with that or maybe can't do something with that. So there's no reason that the attorney can't be present right from the beginning. And then we won't have so much back and forth.
And I think that was Bob Hall's goal with the planner, is
Yeah.
it was a more of an intermediate step before
Right.
it went to legal. Planners are likely a little more familiar with ordinance drafting than all of us or all of the planning commission.
Sure.
And so I think that was the reason Bob went with planners. Plus they're at $75 an hour compared to $275 an hour. And
But
just
then
as
it's
an
going to the attorney anyways, so.
and just as an update, you know, there is a township resident who's a retired planner currently in interviews with Bob and Kim to see if they're a good fit. So maybe we have another professional planner back on the team with the board's approval, of course. So are we done discussing?
Well, I
Okay.
want to say one thing and then I'm ready to vote. I'm not saying that I don't believe our ordinances should be written by our planning commissioners. I just look at what they do, the amount of education they have versus a planner or a township attorney that writes ordinances, has those canned ordinances right on the shelf because they work with so many townships. Should save a lot of time and maybe avoid pitfalls such as articles that need to be updated and they're taking forever to get done because they're stumbling through and not quite knowing what they want to do. They should make things move along a little faster. That was my point.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we don't erase or somehow minimize the public input.
Yeah, that's not what I said
Right.
at all.
And
Okay.
that's not what I said either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, that the attorney would assist the planning commission in coming up with the written document based on their ideas.
Okay. And just one last ask, there is no possible modification to this motion that would allow you to vote in a yes pattern or support moratorium of some type.
Not for me.
I have not heard anything.
Okay. Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
No.
Belmuth. It's not available. Goss,
No.
Okay. That brings us to inventory. How we doing? We're
Actually, we got the second motion.
oh, I'm sorry. Yep. Not that I'm trying to hurry this thing along. I'll make motion number 2, motion to send proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 82 to legal counsel for review and schedule new public hearing if required upon its return. It should say to the planning commission. And of course, this was written in anticipation that the April meeting of the planning commission took place and they would have approved it, right?
Mhm.
And so if the modifications from the attorney substantially changed it, maybe we needed to go back out to public, right?
Yep.
So,
So take that if required out.
well, yeah, I think maybe we could modify that motion a little bit or leave it, whatever the board's.
I think it could be ended after to legal counsel for review. We don't need the rest of that. It has to go to public hearing. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about that.
But you understand, I thought the public hearing would have already
Oh, I
been
get it.
held.
I get it. I get
right?
it. But now that
Okay.
we're today and it
Exactly.
wasn't, I
And it
don't
wasn't.
think,
Yep.
yeah.
I'll second. Are you modifying?
Yeah, I'll truncate at the word review, so the motion would read, motion to send proposed zoning ordinance amendment number 82 to legal counsel for review.
Then I will second.
Actually, I seconded the motion. I believe, didn't I? Lois?
Recording secretary, where are we at?
I hadn't heard a second, sorry.
Oh,
You
okay.
did say it, yes.
Yeah, I did second it. So I
Yes,
will
you did.
re-second the motion.
Sorry, Della. Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
And I think we ask for expedited review. So it can be on the May, so that it can be reviewed, go to public hearing at the May meeting. So
So what would be the deadline for you to get information from the planning commission for noticing another public hearing? 15 days is
I
required,
don't have a
right?
calendar in here. When is
Well,
the
just-
May meeting? I didn't even
Just
know what day the May
15
meeting.
days, and then the
Has to be in
newspaper
the
takes,
newspaper for 15 days. And the
then the
newspaper
newspaper
likes
takes about 4 days.
3 to 4 days, but on a Tuesday, I will be able to get it in very quickly.
So really, we're at 20 days. Plus or
Okay,
minus
but-
a day, right?
But I guess what I'm saying is that, well, first of all, I'm saying that we should ask for expedited review of the document from the attorney's office. And then, of course, the planning commission chair and the zoning administrator have to, I guess, decide that it's going to be on the May
Mhm.
agenda and, request that notice be published.
And that's
So-
really why I'm asking
Right.
for, for that recount of days is for
Right.
their benefit, not the.
You're right, yeah,
attorneys.
exactly.
So
Yeah, it's
they know that they
April
need to give you
12th.
20 days.
There's only 18 days left in this month and then I don't know. So there's 22 days. So we
Right,
need to.
we're right there
And
at a
I, and I
deadline.
do think they need to get that done, because certainly with their, the canceling of the April meeting, it just needs to go right to the May meeting.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, there isn't time for, public hearings to be set at a special meeting this month.
Because of the 15-day requirement. Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Where are we on this? Are we ready to vote?
Yep.
Roll call when ready.
Velmuth is not available. Goss,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop.
Yes. And so, Kim, I read your last post. If you've already made the request and it's at Bob's office, that just proves my point that the communication pathway we have is broken. And so it'll be my goal to bring back a recommendation to repair that. So that's also on chat. Shall I send that language to them or do you want to do that, Cheryl? What would you prefer?
Send what language to him?
Amendment 82.
That is, needs to go to the attorney?
Yeah.
I can send it to him.
Okay. Okay, now number 6, hazardous tree inventory. So we're approaching our 3-hour mark. Where are we? Everybody still doing good?
Yeah, along about noon, I think we should take a short break, but let's see where we get by
Okay.
noon.
So we are on packet page 163, electronic packet page. This is the hazardous tree inventory as prepared by Partial Tree Care Service. I don't really think there's anything there for us to debate.
No.
But moving your attention more towards the notice for bid or request for bid and the RFQ. That would begin on, let's see, packet page 170. I took our 2015 notices and basically dusted them off a little bit. Changed a few dates. June 1, as you see on packet page 170, might be a little aggressive. I think the bid process worked out pretty well for us the first time around in 2015. Do you remember any glaring problems with it?
No, no.
Is there a reason to fix something that might not be broken?
Did we have them dropped off at your office previously? Because I'm the one that's here more than you are. So I guess I don't want somebody walking in here with a bid package and it winds up on your desk. Those need to be received.
I'm fine with
The
the-
date, so we know there's date stamped and all that.
To my knowledge, the only thing that's changed here, and I apologize for not supplying a red line, but I believe the only changes are the dates And I believe that I removed the company name. Yep, I made it an XXX as you see on page 171. But then on the signature line, I still left Partial Tree Service. So
Also in that, on page 170 there, I do not remember this language. I stand corrected because I could be corrected. I did not have time to pull out the prior tree removal and mitigation agreement or invitation to bid. Did we have language in there in that last paragraph which said, which in their opinion is most advantageous to the township? I don't recall that. That seems odd language for a, I don't remember that being in there. I remember, as we do with all bids, Township Board reserves the right to reject any or all bids. I don't remember this part about accept any bid or portion thereof, which in their opinion is most advantageous to the township. Was that in the prior one?
yeah, I didn't make any changes.
Okay.
But I'm not
See,
opposed to
I
making
don't-
a change.
Yeah, I don't like that advantageous thing. I don't like the word advantageous. Maybe something more like best suits the township's goals or something like that. I just think, I don't know.
How about we just, I think you said, the township board reserves the right to reject any and all bids. End of story.
That's where I'd leave it.
So we would just put a period after the word bids. Is that a reasonable
Yeah.
statement? Ardella?
I only have one thing in the hazardous tree removal and mitigation agreement. Number 5, bid process, B, sealed bids. Second paragraph, all bids will be opened on June 7th, 2022, 9 a.m. at a regular township board meeting. I would like that to be changed. Because I would like it open before and the information put in our board packets. When we open sealed bids at a meeting, none of us have time to
Yeah.
sit there and read it to make a decision. In the past, we've had the clerk and the supervisor together open the bids and mark them as opened, and then they were put in our board packets. The public sees them, we see them, we have a chance to chew on them before our meetings to make our decision. If we do it at a meeting where none of us has had an opportunity to read them, we're either just voting on a dollar amount and not really getting the content of what's being sent to us in the bid process or the bid package, or we have to put it off another month, which is what happened the last time. So I would like to see that wording changed. And like I said, in the past, we've had it where the clerk and the supervisor opened them together.
I guess I don't remember that. I believe we've always opened them at a meeting, but
Right.
I would just say, I don't have a problem with that process. That we would just simply open them, but does our sealed bid process say they have to be opened at an open meeting? I don't have that in front of me right now.
I could call that up if the board wishes.
I think you
Yes.
should,
And
because
so I understand your idea. And so
I think it's.
I think we
spoken
just
to.
plan on making the decision at our August meeting.
I think, well,
August,
that
no,
really
no.
puts things out there,
No,
Ron, but,
no.
or you mean July meeting?
I'm sorry, July. Yeah, I'm sorry.
but-
And that's still pretty late.
I was on the board before you guys were, and the previous board before this board, 2 previous boards before this, that's how they did it.
Yeah, yeah.
Larry and Carol opened them. It was a published meeting. Anybody could come and watch them open the bids. It was open to the public.
But you can't have a meeting with 2 board members.
It was open to the public. Anybody could come.
Just a sealed bid meeting then, not
Yeah,
a sealed bid opening meeting, not a meeting of the township board.
that's right.
Right. Okay.
And that way they could be in our board packets and we'd have a chance to review them before the meeting that we're supposed to be making a decision. It just doesn't,
So the township policy, I have section 4.8B. Any purchase for goods and services exceeding an estimated contract cost of $20,000 shall require the solicitation of sealed bids except for professional services or emergency repairs. The supervisor, in consultation with the department head, shall develop a bid specification which shall be approved by the township board. A department head may request permission from the township board to waive the bidding procedure when there is only one known supplier or there is some compelling other reason to do so. The invitation to bid or request services shall be published at least once in the Traverse City Record Eagle newspaper and shall be sent to known vendors or other parties who have notified the township of their interest in submitting bids on the goods or services being purchased. Sealed bids shall be opened at the office of the township supervisor at a pre-announced date and time, and any interested party may be present for the bid opening. The supervisor and clerk, along with the department head, shall be present for the bid opening.
so it's allowed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it didn't have to be done
Sure.
at a formal
No,
meeting.
that's reasonable. So can we just jump back up to page 171 and deal with 1A? I didn't see a map created by Parshall. So I think he did one of these links, right?
Mhm.
Like he did for the cemetery.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking we just get that printed somehow. Or maybe he didn't create a map.
Was that part of what he was supposed to do? I guess I don't know
I
what he was supposed
I
to
seem
do.
to remember it was. Cheryl.
Yeah, because again,
Okay,
this specification was used right from 2015 again. So we had a map in 2015. Maybe I missed it. I don't know. Did anybody else? I think the quote just came to me and I forwarded the email out to everybody else. That's kind of what I remember.
I'm sorry, Ron, I can't trust my memory about 2015, if we got a map or not.
No, I'm sorry. Just recently, when we got Matt's
Right.
proposal this year, right? So that just happened a couple of weeks ago.
I didn't see a map.
Yeah,
I didn't see one either unless there was a link I didn't see because he has these cloud things, like you say.
right.
So it's possible I missed that, but if there isn't a map, then I guess he needs to provide one.
Sure. I
Yeah,
think
so
that's
I
right. And then you see in paragraph 2B as in boy, Matt, because trees already had some ribbons on them, Matt
Mhm.
used paint.
Yeah. Orange paint, right? Isn't that what he said?
I believe he did say orange paint. So your section, Ardella, was,
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Five, bid
Yeah,
process.
paragraph 3 also has some dates. The entire scope services detailed in the agreement must be completed by September 1st, 2022. I don't know that that's possible. Thinking that there's over 100 trees there.
Well, okay, so I think we don't have this timeline all nailed down yet.
Right.
So we need to get a map. I assume Matt already has a map and just didn't provide it to us, so we need to be provided with that. So if we're gonna have bids come in by June 1st, then our meeting in June is on the 14th. That's the second Tuesday of the month. So then we would open them, we would have to open them by June 7th in order to get them in the board packet. So I presume we can choose that date, but they should be in the June packet for a decision to award the bids on June 14th. Okay, the winner, I don't agree with this lengthy period of time to, where is it here? Like till June 30th to notify the winner? No, that can be done within 24 to 48 hours. So that they can get going on and have them come in, sign, well, maybe they've already, a lot of times on the other one, they had already signed the tree, the last page of the tree removal agreement.
What
know,
paragraph
Well,
is your, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm looking for it here. I just had it a second ago. I think you had June 30th
Probably.
that,
That's
but if
three.
we're gonna open up the bids on June 14th, there's no reason to wait until June
No.
30th.
This says all bids will be opened on June 7th, 2022 at 9 AM at a regular board, township board meeting. Well, our meeting's on the 14th, not the 7th. So opening them on the 7th would work because then they could be in the 14th board packet.
Right, they just won't happen at a regular board meeting,
we
so
need
that
to-
language
we
could
need
be
to cross
stricken.
that out.
What paragraph, Ardella?
That'd be bid process 5B2.
And so we're just going to drop regular township board meeting. We still leave the address in there, right?
What page are you guys on?
So packet page 173.
And number 5, the bid process. We're on B, paragraph 2, sealed bids.
Right, yeah.
That paragraph, number 2, needs to be reworded. The first portion is okay. Opening them on the 7th, whatever time you want. I don't know if 9 o'clock is what time you guys want to open them.
That's fine.
You should say at the supervisor's office, right?
Yeah.
Or in the township hall.
Right.
And then it should state that the bids will be placed in June 14th board packet. And then the rest of the wording that we have the right to reserve the right to reject any and all bids. For any reason needs to be added on there. So just those changes.
So you're taking out at the regular township board meeting with the address.
Yeah.
Well, the address, I guess, could stay in there, but just take
Right.
out at the, it should be changed to at the supervisor's office.
Right.
With the address, okay, and then the restatement of the right to reject. Okay, and then the winner of the bid, that's where I was looking for. Notified no later than June 30th. I think they get notified no later than 24 to 48 hours. Which would be June 16th at the latest. There's nothing for us to do but notify them, so.
I don't have a problem with that change.
Unless we have an agenda like this one, we might not be out until June 30th.
No, right?
Got that right.
Supervisor Pop, if
Sure.
I may, I just spoke with Matt and he did provide a map with the information packet he sent to you.
Okay,
So it should be in that email.
Okay.
I must have missed the link then to it.
And they are hidden in there. I remember that from the cemetery.
You usually have to go up to the top and click on plant inventory. That's what we had to do with the cemetery one, so I must have missed that too.
Thank you.
Speed dial if you have any more questions.
So we've got the bid opening, the meeting determined. In paragraph 3. Did I see a date too? Yeah, the deadline of completion.
I think maybe you want to make that September 30th. To give them at least 90 days. So from mid-June to the end of September.
Paragraph 3, deadline completion of service agreement, letter A. We're changing that.
That's my suggestion.
To the 30th.
Yeah. I think they should have at least 90 days. And then they'd have to have, what do you want to make it for B to submit their invoice October 15th?
Would that allow for the second payable schedule that you have?
Oh, I don't care about that. I'm more, I guess, really, we should not pay them until
Right.
partial has got the letter of completion that we know the work is complete. So really, we don't know. And typically when somebody submits an invoice, you have 30 days.
So
to
we
pay
can
it.
still make it October 15th. That's fine with me, right? So partial then shall have until what date in paragraph C to, if the work needs to be completed by the 30th, do we give partial a week?
Oh, I think you'd want to give them a couple weeks. Maybe that should be October 15th and the company has October 30th because that's, of course, we'll have 30 days to pay it from whenever it's submitted. So, but I think the tree service should have at least 2 weeks to, unless you want to ask Matt if he's,
No,
I'm sure he's going to
I-
be out there along the way and all that.
I think that's a good idea. So we're going to change September 23rd in paragraph B to October 30th. And then we're going to change in paragraph C, September 27th to October 15th.
Yeah.
That gives Partial 15 days to get the completion written.
Yeah.
And then it provides, bear with me, 15 days for the contractor to get their invoice in. Good?
Yep.
Okay.
I have another concern.
So do
Matt.
I, but it has to do with the bathroom.
Oh, well, can we finish this agenda topic? So as I was reading through this, and talking about these tree disposal, so this is on page 171, under scope of services. And so Matt, the way I read the proposal, he has called out the disposal method. A lot of chipping and that type of thing. So do we need to repeat that? And does this conform to what he has spelled out in his proposal? Because he's gonna be enforcing his proposal, right? So to me, the tree material disposal methods and specifications,
I think that's precisely what that paragraph says.
are to completed as described herein. Okay,
As
but don't you want to say as per the tree inventory?
And if you read on, it does, as provided by Partial Tree Service LLC, who is managing the project.
Where does it say that?
Just finish the sentence out, the very next sentence. Same paragraph you're reading in.
So I was reading on page
171.
171 and I was under C.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm under 2A.
Okay, so that's why I think
I see your point.
we're,
C might be contradicting A.
that's exactly my point. I think C 1, 2, 3, and 4 are what we did previously. And so that's not consistent with the proposal.
Sure.
So I really think that we can just take out C 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't want the bidders to be confused about what the scope of the work is.
Are you good with that, Ardella?
I am.
Okay.
So the entirety of paragraph C will be removed. Correct?
Mhm.
Okay. We might want to change also, when you're making these changes in the agreement, it's partial tree care experts now,
No, it's not.
isn't it?
No.
How
I
come
got
everything-
confirmation of that directly from Matt.
Oh, okay.
That is
'Cause-
their advertised name, and it had something to do with marketing
Oh,
and
okay.
or,
All right.
but
Okay,
they
good.
file their taxes
Okay,
this
good.
way.
That's
Yeah. Good catch.
Okay. Oh, and so down here on, this is on page 173, paragraph 6B, we talk about, is this, I'm asking if this is consistent with the deadlines we've put in. 50% of the accepted bid price will be paid upon execution of the agreement. The balance will be paid within 10 business days of delivery of the letter of completion. I guess that's not, and I guess that doesn't conflict. Okay,
Are you good with that section, Ardella?
I am.
so we're gonna have the invitation to bid. You're gonna correct this document, and then we're gonna attach the proposal from Matt, and that's what's going to be the bid package, correct?
That's kind of how I see it
Yeah,
working.
okay, that's how I see it too. So how soon will you have the that pulled together so I can publish it?
I won't do it today, but I have interviews tomorrow morning and then meeting tomorrow afternoon. So Thursday morning is going to be the first time I have an opportunity to do it.
That's fine.
Do we,
I just want to
need
get it out there soon.
Sure.
a, do
just
we
to
need
get
a
it out.
motion here to accept the changes or anything?
Yeah, I think we will, because I think earlier on, if I remember correctly, I wrote this a long time ago.
Right.
But I think no motion was made at the time. But I think we will probably make a motion to accept the invitation to bid and the hazardous tree document as amended in this meeting.
So that's
Something
your
like
bid?
that.
That's your motion right now?
No, because I don't think Lois was ready for it. I mean,
No, it had to be spoken much slower than that, thanks.
so is there anything else here that we need to change? I'm just going to put this in my calendar so I don't forget it on.
So that's by the 14th,
That would be the 14th. Yep.
right? Okay, and provided to me on that date, even if it's late in the day. I guess I might not do anything with it till Friday, but
Right. I'll try and do it first thing in the morning.
gonna have to look back and see where all we advertised this at. I don't remember where all we advertised it at. I mean, we put it in the paper, but it seems like, oh, I know, I sent it to known bidders. Yeah, right.
We might still have that list. But
I do, yeah.
We certainly have a list from earlier this year, because we sent that first request.
Right.
Or
Yeah, and I used the list from
Yep.
2015 or 2016 to send to known bidders.
well, there was an updated one provided by our conservation district.
Oh, I haven't got that.
Yeah,
Yeah. Can you resend that?
Sure.
I don't recall getting that.
Add that to this. Okay. Ready for a motion?
Yeah.
Motion to approve. Invitation to bid. Hazardous tree removal and mitigation project. As amended. 4/12/2022. Is that a good motion for the first document?
I think we can add and distribute the bid package, publish the bid package, publish the package and send to known bidders. Is that part, can that be part of this motion? So it's one motion or?
I see, sure. How would you,
I think we just add,
and send to known bidders?
well, and publish the bid package and send to known bidders as soon as possible. Or do we want to say within 5 business days or something?
Well, thinking Thursday would be my first opportunity.
I'm talking about 5 days after that.
I see.
Yeah, no, not till it's all done.
Want to pick a date?
Or yeah, publish the bid package and send to known bidders.
You think that has to be in a motion?
Well,
Are we going to delay?
I'm not going to.
I'm not going to.
Okay.
I
Let's
promise.
just do it. I'll second the motion.
So it's known bidders, period.
We scratched that. We just scratched that part of the motion. Sorry, sorry, Lois.
So it's April 12, 2022, period.
Yeah.
As amended.
I seconded that.
So could you read the motion?
That motion by Pop to approve invitation to bid hazardous tree removal and mitigation project as amended 4/12/22. Second by Goss.
I'll still motion that.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes.
Valmuth, not available.
And so another quick motion on the mitigation document
I thought we
on the
did that.
agreement, or that was all one?
That was all one.
Okay.
It was
I'm
invitation.
fine with that.
It was invitation to bid and hazardous tree removal.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we take a 5-minute break?
Fine with me.
We have pizza coming. I'm sorry. I think we ordered enough.
Liar.
We might have to be 10 minutes. I mean, we only have one of each kind of bathroom, so.
I never considered using park money to help with the road maintenance. on
I never
Park
did
Road.
either. That sure makes sense.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you for being reasonable.
Or Trish.
Yeah. It's like this, I think that, you know, it might just be a mental thing for her. Make a change.
Very cool. Very cool for her. I'm proud of her.
Yeah.
More people need to tell her that.
Yeah.
Sure.
Send me that. So I'm gonna send it to her personally
Yeah.
and tell her I'm proud of her.
Tree from the cemetery fell across the fire station. property.
Okay. Okay. So what I'll do is I'll get this out to the rest of the board too. Okay. And if you would like, I can certainly include this in next month's packet as correspondence, if you would like.
No, I kind of do it all for the township.
Thank you.
Good. how's it going?
That's gonna be good.
You look so sad.
Just trying to think of all the ways to like do it with school and stuff like tax. Oh, it's good though.
My girls were waiting for me to come home last night. The girls were sitting there waiting.
Oh, look at that. Cindy, are you feeling better?
She is feeling better. She was much spunkier this morning. I was really worried yesterday. Because that's just not like her. I mean, I got out of bed and of course Emma jumps right up and comes with me to go do my normal stuff. Ava laid in bed for an hour after I was up.
Oh, yeah, that is weird.
I had to make her get up and then she came down and laid on the couch and went back to sleep. Yeah, it's not like her.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it, but I haven't brought it to the board yet. I hadn't noticed.
I was just thinking, because I was looking through all the baseball stuff and I was like, I sent a message to Hannah. I was like, I'd like to see the proposal so that way we can try to profit money.
So now we have.
That's good for him.
Had to go in for a new retest.
Well, it's
This
not
is
much.
Margaret and Stein's
Like
exact
6
normal
hours.
results. Showed Dr. Adams.
I didn't know that either.
It showed that it was normal.
That's okay.
Dr. Adams said
yes, I do
just
have
need
it.
to drink within reason now. LOL.
Like I was just trying to, because we were going through sponsors and budgeting. and trying to feel improvements.
Not worse than someone who does it once a week and slams. It's part of your liver goals.
Yeah.
If we were able
When he
to
said
do
that
it
to me, I said,
through-
you know, it's not a license to continue. That behavior.
So we're on number 6 of 20, so I'm just gonna let my daughter know that I'm in a meeting all day.
No, it's kind
Yeah.
Grinding.
No, it isn't. I never even thought of that. That was interesting that Vicky came up with that. Or did you come up with that?
We proposed it a couple of years ago.
I don't remember.
Oh, that's just unfair.
What, would you want one?
No, I got one. I wasn't gonna eat in front of chief.
Everybody knows how long these meetings go. This isn't a surprise for anybody.
No, but I'm gonna call her about that, right?
Yeah,
Because she's got,
she-
Melissa has the phone.
And I believe Dan has this lady's phone number too. I've been told about her before.
All right.
By Dan.
Yeah, Vicky gave me her document, which if the scanner works, I'll get it out to you guys today. If not, I'm just gonna buy an all-in-one scanner for the office, my
Sure,
office.
yeah.
There's no reason to keep paying NetLink, whatever, to come out and fix a problem that just keeps happening. There's no reason for that.
They're sending out of the network.
Well, I tried to send the fire chief something the other day, right after Cheryl did, and she got a network missing error, didn't go to chief. What I tried to send him didn't go to chief. And now my telephone has no network. So I'm thinking that
Something's disintegrating.
everybody back inside. We smoked them if we had them.
Took a quick walk around the lot, rounded up the stragglers.
Excellent.
Like herding cats, but we got them.
Excellent. That's great work, Don. We appreciate your forethought.
Yeah, switches are right back there. We can turn them on.
Sometimes might get too loud. I don't know.
No, it's the air conditioner that gets loud. We have to turn it off. These are pretty silent.
Those are, yeah.
That one you have to give it a shove to get it to start.
This one gets loud.
Okay, I think everybody is back. Thank you, Chief, for turning on the fans. We all good to start back up?
Yep.
Carol?
Yeah.
Okay. So I am on new business number 7. Packet page 175. Road brine agreements.
I'll make a motion to authorize the clerk and supervisor to execute the annual county road improvement agreement between Whitewater Township and the Grand Traverse County Road Commission for the 22-23 fiscal year, capped at 3 applications or $35,000 total expenditure, whichever is less.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Dahlbooth, not available, Bennett,
Yes.
Proposed moratorium on site plan, sorry. Boat launch, entry improvement project, final plans and project manual.
I'll make a motion to authorize the clerk to work with Fleece and Vandenbrink to finalize the project manual and thereafter to seek formal sealed bids for the boat launch entryway improvement project.
I will second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
I believe Rick Stout from F&V is, or was, I don't know if he's still on Zoom or not, but answer
He is.
questions.
He's there.
I'm still
Hi,
still
Rick.
here.
We see you.
Yep.
I won't be supporting this project only because we've had it in-house for over 2 months. The board members were given this late Friday night after 6 o'clock at night. There's 250 some pages. In the first 5 or 6 pages, I've got so many questions. The largest one is, where's the parking lot? And where's the boat wash stations? This is not the project that I believe we agreed on.
Well, I should correct that too, is the information that you got was just the boat launch portion. There is an entire package that includes the parking lot and the boat launch station, which I apologize. But to back up.
No explanation necessary.
But the project as a whole has been reviewed by the waterways people. The parking lot, we did do the adjustment to the parking area based on a lot of the feedback to not impact the campground. So it's been moved a little bit further to the west, which is again a little more walking distance for people. But again, I think again it relates to a lot of the feedback on protecting that zone near the parking area. The boat wash itself is programmed to be near the dump station with the provision of potentially adding a second boat wash in the future.
Point of order, sir. What I'm trying to tell you is that's not included in our packet. What was included in our packet was something that was called final plans and project manual.
Yep.
So if it's an incomplete whatever, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to apply. I'm not going to vote for something that we have not been given all of the information to. So no need to explain it. I mean, I'm sure it's going to get adopted 2-1, but I'm not going to move forward at this time myself. Board?
Rick, when can you supply us with the full, with the updated manual?
Well, the manual itself is complete. It was really I think the last attachment was mainly the boat launch itself, but I did already forward you those plans, Cheryl. So you do have the current in your email.
Was that just yesterday?
It was early this morning.
Oh, okay. So you forwarded the new plans this morning? I haven't been on my email.
Yes.
Right.
There were, like I said, from previous this winter, There were just a few minor changes that were directed by Paul Peterson at Waterways, and we've addressed all his comments.
Well, I think what I would be willing to do, and yes, Rick did send this to me in February when we were in the thick of budget. And there's no way this would have gotten on any agenda between then and now. But I would be willing to have this, I can get that, send the plans, what you sent me this morning. I can send those out to the board as soon as this meeting's over, and I just say we move this to the May 12th, I'm sorry, I think it's the May 10th agenda. And vote on it that day.
Yeah, I know, that's fine. I mean,
Yeah,
I think you've all had a pretty heavy agenda
yeah,
outside of this as well. So that's perfectly, probably the more prudent thing to do is just to give a little time and a little space for everybody to feel comfortable with the project.
yep.
So are you rescinding your motion then, Cheryl? I'll rescind my second.
Yeah.
Does that mean we're out of discussion? So what I would like to do, Rick, is send you the list of questions I have generated from the first 5 pages. I'm sure the data is available. It's probably on the print. I just missed. Okay.
Well, that's fine. That'd be perfectly fine. And it sounds like too from your earlier on the tree bidding that there might be some small adjustments we would want to add as far as information and like the advertisement to bid and things like that. So we can coordinate those and make sure that those comments are included as well.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
All righty.
Sorry to keep you so long.
All right.
The next item then is number 9. Proposed ESLA boat wash stations. I was actually going to withdraw because I didn't see where the boat wash stations were even on the print. So would it be appropriate to move this one to May as well? Question mark. Or do you want to deal with it now?
Well, we can, but I can just tell you, we're not going to spend $3,000 on 2 4x4 signs. We can get it much cheaper than that locally.
So do you want to vote on it or do you want
Sure.
to move it?
No, that's fine. We can vote on it.
I mean, if they want to donate them, their design, but that's outrageous.
So I'll make a motion for the Whitewater Township to purchase and install 2 ESLA designed boat wash stations at the Park Road Public Boat Ramp at an estimated total cost of $3,000. Installation, timing, and location to be determined by Whitewater Township Board.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Tom was not available. Bennett,
No.
Yes.
Goss,
No.
And to clarify, it's just so that we can get a better bid for them. It seems excessive.
And let's see. I think the next agenda item, High Prairie Park dugout capital expenditure.
I will make the motion
I'll second.
to approve the expenditure of up to 15,000 from the Recreation Fund to install 2 8-foot by 24-foot dugouts at High Prairie Park as budgeted.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
Well, I got some information this morning. Just yesterday, I was able to talk to this licensed builder I had tried to contact him back during the budget process and wasn't able to, and he was out of the area, whatnot. And just this morning, I have been texted an update on the cost of materials and his labor, which is quite a bit more than, what I was planning on. Obviously, his estimate was almost 2 years old. So I wasn't going by his estimate specifically. I knew there was going to be more to it, but I didn't add enough to it. And so what I wanted to do, what the new number I've come up with is he's saying each dugout is going to be $4,272 multiplied by 2. That's 8,544. His labor has gone to 7,500. The stamped drawing from F&V is 2,000. And then the construction permits, I talked to Greg Snyder. He said it's, we have a permit process that we already have. It's possible we're not going to be charged anything else for that. But he said it's up to Bruce Remay, I think. So I just put the amount in there, the 220, just to be safe on that. So the new amount is going to be $18,264. Now, what I just got this information a few minutes ago. So what I was going to do was pull up the budget document and see where we can pull some money from something else.
This is not part of the discussion on this. First of all,
This is part of the discussion.
First of all, a 2-year-old bid should not have been in a board packet, just plain and simple.
Well,
There's absolutely.
it was the only bid I had.
There is absolute, well, then it shouldn't have been a business item.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well, I think it's a sound one. I'm sorry, this
Yeah.
is a waste of the board's time at this point. So please put it together correctly. And I also encourage you to follow the minutes from your own Park and Recs committee, because they indicated that it should also include A+ concrete, which you've not mentioned anything about concrete in this.
Well, we had to scratch that because,
Not according to their minutes.
but their minutes are old. Okay, they just had another meeting last night. I don't know what they talked about, but I did talk to Melissa over the weekend about scratching the concrete.
Again,
So the
over the
concrete is on.
weekend, after the packet already goes out, Cheryl,
No, this was before the packet went out.
so then it wasn't on the weekend.
Yeah,
Packet went out Friday night,
but then I sent out a revised packet.
which you said
So-
only changed the minutes. Did you
Right.
change something else?
No, actually, I know I didn't update this bid because I just this morning, while I was in the meeting here, I got these new prices through Melissa from Lynn.
And I think we were
So-
talking about the PrAC minutes. Did you update those? Did you change those?
I don't update minutes.
Okay,
Once minutes are approved, they don't get changed.
that didn't answer the question.
What minutes, what date minutes are you talking about?
Well, you said that you had sent out an updated packet, so I was just wondering how you updated it, because you did tell us in writing the only update was the board minutes, nothing to do with PrAC.
But you're talking about PrAC minutes from what date?
Whatever ones are in this packet.
Can I interrupt?
Sure.
Please do.
If there's not enough information here, can we just bring it back in May? I know there's a time sensitive because the games, the season's about to start. And it does take time to put these together, but if we don't have all the information, maybe we should bring it back in May.
At least then the public would have correct information, the board members would have correct information. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, it'll be right back in May.
And so did I understand correctly that you're not even dealing with the builder? You're Melissa is
Melissa
dealing-
and I are.
Okay, because
dealing
we
with the
should have
builder.
some type of construction agreement and hold harmless agreement for the board, just like we do with any other construction project, right? So can that be a part of the May packet?
You betcha. Well, a contract with him, a proposed contract with the builder?
Sure. Yeah. At this point, we don't,
Yeah.
we know his name, but not an address or anything.
I'll have the attorney draw that up.
Moving on to proposed motorcycle awareness signs. I would say that this is going to be resolution 2215, Cheryl.
14.
Isn't 22?
We only went up to 13 in the packet. 14 is the next number. 13 was the recreational marijuana ballot language.
So I thought the DNR was a resolution too.
Yeah, that's 2210.
Okay. Oh, the 14 was the proposed moratorium. That's what I had assigned 2214. So yeah, 22.
But we didn't use that
Correct.
number,
Yep.
so
Yep,
there's
understood.
no point in having an unused number.
No, totally agree. So this would become 14. I'll make a motion to adopt Whitewater Township Resolution 2214 in support of installing MDOT compliant look twice, save a life motorcycle awareness signs along main roads in Whitewater Township as allowed by Grand Traverse County Road Commission and the Michigan Department of Transportation.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion?
How many signs is this going to be again?
2, and I
Two
believe
signs.
one will be on Williamsburg Road, just north of Dead Horse.
Right.
And
I'd like to do more, but I only have 10 left, so
sure,
I
Yeah.
have to order some.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
and then the other one is going to be by, is that still called Woodland School, Chief? Okay. So that'll be Supply Road. Any other questions? Comments, discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Belmuth, not available. Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
I believe that takes us to item number 12, new business number 12, Whitewater Township Park Playground.
Motion to approve the expenditure of 13,850 from park fund as budgeted.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Well, I certainly have some. May 11th, we approved the following from JAR Construction. Hill removal by bathhouse, renovate playground, save one little birch tree to be replanted, take out stumps on Bathhouse Hill and along the edges of the playground. Pile for future disposal. Move the stone line stormwater drain lagoon to the north approximately 10 feet, includes new fabric, some new stone and grading. Move the merry-go-round to the new location in the playground. Excavate hill from bathhouse site using the filled dirt for playground renovation. Place and grade some topsoil on the side edges of playground and place some topsoil on the bathhouse site. Grade topsoil approximately 4 inches thick. And we paid $14,975 for that work. The proposal in this board packet is for another $13,875, $850, excuse me. And we have absolutely no description of the work that's going to be done. We don't know who's going to do it. We don't know how the dollar amount was arrived. So again, you're asking the board for public funds in the amount of $13,850 with no supporting documents. I will be voting no.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not put the, just a minute, I have to grab something. Okay. So in the budget, I provided these numbers. And so $4,000 of this was completion of the work that we've already started out there. And then 1,050 of it was reinstall the monkey bars. The fencing of the drainage area was $3,800. And then we had $5,000 in there for purchasing, installing safety surface material. That's where we got to the $13,850. So and I cannot lay my hands on it right at the moment, but I do have quotes, written quotes for the reinstall the monkey bars and the fencing of the drainage area. And then the $5,000 is just an estimate of landing zone material. I don't think it's going to be anywhere near that much. So I get it. I don't have more supporting documentation in the packet, but we still approved spending this amount to get the playground project finished. And I think we can go ahead and get that done from the description that you have in the motion of what needs to be done out there to get this project completed. We do need to move on this. We do need to get it done before the park opens, if we possibly can. We've got the frost laws that are on right now. We do need to get it done before the park opens because campers don't want to hear construction equipment running in the campground while they're out there camping. So I understand your concerns, but everybody knows what the project is. Basically, we're just reinstalling some equipment, reinstalling things. And also, as my memo states, we are going to swap redoing the drainage area for moving the swing set. So everybody seems to think that I've had 3 people tell me it's gonna be easier to move the swing set than move the drain stone. The issue is that the swing set is too close to the drain stone by 7 feet. So, and then Melissa came up with a new site plan, which I really like, that actually moves the swing set over and puts it on an angle. I think that fits the site a lot better. So I think the board can go ahead and approve these because these are fairly small amounts to they are to the same contractor, yes, except for installing the safety surfacing material. We don't have a contractor quote for that, but we think we can probably just get wood chips dumped in there or something like that. So I am asking the board to approve it so we can get moving on it and get it done before the campground opens.
Ardella?
Now, Cheryl was required to provide us with a lot of documentation on the things that you're asking for during budget time, and she provided those. I'm not seeing the problem here. We need to get this project done. I think this delay tactic has gone on long enough.
Well,
And everything that comes up that has anything to do with our parks is automatically being shot down by you. And I have a problem with that. It feels like a personal vendetta or something. It happened all the way through the budget period and now it's happening here. And I would like it to stop. I would like to just move on with projects that we are in the middle of and that we're trying to get completed. And it's just wrong. Let's complete this so that our parks are whole. You cannot, we're in the middle of projects and we're being thrown roadblocks constantly just to complete the projects. Just get them completed. Get them off our plate. We have so many more important things to get done here than to rehash over stuff that's already been talked about. I would like to move on. I would like to just vote. I'm ready for a vote.
And I will say that we've also paid for them. And so reading from Clerk Goss's memo from 2021, she talks about representing 2 quotes from JAR contractors to correct the use zone and enlargement of the playground area as well as nearby roadwork. The total of those items exceeded $15,000 to trigger the service of an architect or engineer. So I withdrew the motion and elected to bring this back at a future meeting. And so the bid was no longer $15,000. It was $14,975 to get out from underneath an engineering requirement. Now we're being asked to add another $13,850 or almost 50% cost overrun of a project that should have gone through engineering in the beginning. So I'm sorry you're upset with me. And I am sorry that I don't meet your expectations. But
You don't
this is a
have to.
fiduciary issue. And we have 2 other agenda items here that were not correctly planned. Yep, you're right. We're always in a hurry. But how can you authorize $13,000 of public money without a bid?
Let me clarify something. The $4,000, that is the completion of what was done in May of what the board approved in May of 2011. Okay, just like we had to put back in the budget. So last year we approved snowmobiles. Okay, the snowmobiles were not received. We still don't have the snowmobiles on, do we, Chief? We don't have the snowmobiles yet, do we?
They're in the township.
Oh, they are finally? Okay.
They're delivered.
But we haven't paid for the snowmobiles yet. So we had to put back in the budget the money to pay. So we're not paying for the snowmobiles twice. We never paid for the snowmobiles last year. So in order to pay for the snowmobiles this year, that money has to be put back in the budget. So that's what that is. And then this,
Is this the same thing, Cheryl, is what you're saying?
it's the same thing for this $4,000. And then it's new to reinstall the monkey bars. That's not part of that prior quote. And then fencing of the drainage area is not part of that prior quote. And purchasing and installing safety surface material is not part of the prior quote. So it is not a,
But was this covered during budget time?
yes, this, I'm looking at my detail. Ron objected to this project and the pit toilet renovation. Said I needed to provide a site plan, provided all the site plans that were requested, and then this money was approved in the budget. I'm just asking for us to make the expenditure because of course, you're not asking to make the expenditure, you're not approving the expenditure during budget time. It still has to be brought to the board and approved. That's what I'm asking for. So we can get this done in a timely fashion.
I've said my piece and you know how I'm voting. I think that this is a fiduciary responsibility.
And I think, and I appreciate that. And I
So-
think we covered it during budget time.
Nope,
All the requirements that was asked during budget time was.
we did not get a bid.
was- We don't have to if it's not over 15,000.
No,
Oh, you should read, you should really bone up on township policy.
I'm ready.
we all have a fiduciary responsibility and we are all exercising it.
Ready to vote? Yes? No?
Yeah.
Okay, roll call when ready.
Bennett,
Yes.
Doss,
Yes.
Falmouth, not available. Pop,
No. Next item is number 13, Zoom cloud storage, which I would like to remove this from the agenda. I just see other benefits, other ways to accomplish it.
What would those be?
Well, I think that we're going to have a different investment in technology because what we have here in the building, either through wiring or the products that we have been sold, are not reliable. And that's why we have so many network failures. I
So
don't know what the solution will be.
So you just want time to explore new avenues?
Yeah, I just think spending $500 on something that we might only use for 4 or 6 months. And honestly, the only time I think we have trouble is during the month of February and March,
yeah,
when we have like back-to-back hourly meetings.
yeah. It's only an issue.
Yeah, and at least 2 of my board of review meetings are 6 hours, so it gobbles up just a lot of space. So,
And they're good about not charging. We're over
Yeah.
all the time.
yeah, they are. Yep, I agree. So I just, I wrote this down during board of review, and there was a couple of movies that got pulled and so on and so forth. I don't think it's an issue right now. So to clear the agenda, how about if I make the motion and then we can just vote on it.
Want to just remove it?
Yeah, I think you can just,
Can we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I should have said something at the beginning of the meeting, but without all the members here changing the agenda, I was just more comfortable of creating the motion and then voting it down. But if the board wishes just to remove it, I'm fine with that.
I think there's consensus, board consensus to remove this agenda item from the agenda.
I'm good with that. Are you, Adela?
Mhm.
Item number 14, High Prairie Park advertising banners.
I'll make the motion to approve Elk Rapids Youth Baseball Association's request to install no more than 20 5-foot by 3-foot advertising banners at High Prairie Park for the 2022 baseball season.
I'll second that motion. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? With board permission, I do have a couple of questions for Amber, who is in the audience. Can we have her come to the podium?
Yes.
Is that all right? Do you mind stepping forward? Thanks for coming today and sitting through all this.
Thanks for having me.
So not much have changed since 2021. And so 5x3 banners are still good.
5x3s, yep, still
Yep.
good.
20 is still a good number for you?
Yep.
Okay. Trust then the only thing that might have changed is your sign up information, right?
As far as.
Actually, that didn't even get included. So
Gee.
we're all good.
Like the sponsors, you mean?
Um,
Or what we did for
that-
you guys, like for every banner, we did give you a kickback.
No, last year, and that's fine. Last year, you had sign up information for the youth.
We do, yep. It's
And-
online now.
And I included that in the packet last
Okay.
year. But I didn't include it in this year's packet. But if it's online, I just want to make sure we get the right people to you, right? That's what I was trying to do, is give you some additional advertising.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But it's not in the packet anyway. I must have just deleted it because I didn't want to use 2021 fees, for example, if they went up.
Don't the,
Sign up of who?
for the
That-
banners, I think they were,
Oh,
I think I will look and I can email it.
Yeah, no problem.
I think they were right around the same price. Because our cost price did not increase.
Sure.
To
Yep.
have the banners printed. So I think
Yeah.
we left them the
Any-
same.
Any other questions?
I don't have any.
No, I think you included them, Ron. They're here.
Are they?
Uh-huh.
So,
When you said you didn't include them, I'm thinking, then where did I see?
oh, you know what?
They're in
Did
there.
I
There's
set-
the 2021 packet. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right. I did include it. Yep, you're right.
And just so everybody knows, we got $550 last year from the Elk Rapids Youth Baseball Association for banners. That was very nice. Thank you.
Thank you for letting
Thank
us do
you.
it.
Yes.
And a lot of volunteer labor.
Mhm.
Could not do it without their assistance.
Do you have any other questions for us or the league or anything we can do to help?
No, I think I'm good. I just wanted to
Okay.
make sure that,
Yeah,
that it was all good with you. Yep.
yes.
'Cause we
Just
had
anything-
limited email contact. You're a busy lady. So am I.
I'm trying to figure out what we can do to help you guys improve that area up there. I know you guys are busy, so that's what I was trying to figure out and different things. I know we've been talking with you and Cheryl about what we can do to help keep that. park
Somebody said
nice.
it, sell beer.
Sell beer. If I could, I would. I'm not gonna. No,
At least
But-
hot dogs, come on.
No, doing the sponsors actually helps the league tremendously because we, as a whole. For example, my kids play soccer, love soccer. Their fees to sign up are, I think it's $125 for my son, and that does not include a jersey, which is another $125. Baseball, we really pride on it in Elk Rapids. For our T-ballers, it's $35. That includes a jersey, that includes a hat, we provide equipment for these kids who can't afford equipment. When they get older, the bigger kids are $60. That includes 2 jerseys and a hat. We have bats, lot of donations, stuff like that. So our big goal is to keep these fees way down. A lot of volunteer work. So we're trying, you guys graciously letting us use the field. We are very happy. So anything we can do to help you, let us know. As far as, field dragging, donating money back, cleanup days, let us know, stuff like that.
No, I like the relationship and I would like to see more use of the park. So,
Well, it'll be this year. We have
yeah,
3 more extra. I think we have 190 kids signed up
Wow.
nice.
Awesome.
just to
awesome.
Elk Rapids. So there's 10 T-ballers, 4 rookies, a peanut, 3 peanut A's. I might have 2 minor B's. They just, yeah. So we have a lot more kids this year.
That's great.
A father of twins, I appreciate the suppression of the fees. And,
Yes,
in
so-
my day, we had to drive all the way up to Milton.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of had to take work off, right? Or at least leave a little early. It was a big deal. So,
So yeah.
good to have.
What we
it
can
here.
do to help you, because you're helping us, please let us know. So, thank you.
Thank you. So I believe there's a motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Hop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Dahlmuth, not available, Bennett,
Yes.
So moving on to new business 15, High Prairie Park improvements, driveway improvements.
I'll make the motion to approve the expenditure of $5,935 from the Recreation Fund to gravel/grade driveway and remove burn pile at High Prairie Park.
I'll second. Discussion? The question I have is, I see the drawing. How come we're not going to do the whole thing?
That's what they came back with.
That was my,
They're gonna feather it out. They're gonna feather it out.
That was your
so.
what?
that was my recommendation. Just for financial reasons.
How's that center part going to drain? That horseshoe, how's it going to drain?
What, it's not going there. What Eric told me is that I said, well, I'd like, what about this other part of the roads? He said they're gonna feather it out. There's not gonna be and it's all gonna be flat. It's not
But
gonna
we're
be-
adding 2 inches. So
I get
that's
it,
gonna
but it's
trap
not
the
all
water.
gonna be 2 inches. It's going to be feathered out to the other areas.
Like a lake bottom. I get it. And a lake holds water.
I don't think we're gonna have a drainage issue over there. That is all sand over
Is it?
there. All sand.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay. That was my only concern, is where the water was going to go. Any other questions, comments? Roll call when ready.
Hop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Dahlmuth, not available.
Item number 16, tree work at Cedar Rapids Cemetery.
I'll make the motion to approve the January 7th, 2022 quote for tree work at Williamsburg Cedar Rapids Cemetery. I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? my comments are first two trees are hourly at $375 an hour.
Yeah.
There is no cap here. Having a friend who recently had a tractor fixed, the tractor was worth about $3,000. He has a $5,500 repair bill because he authorized hourly repair. We could be spending $13,000 to $16,000 here easily.
Yeah, and that is what we put in the budget. So I had notes of February 15th phone call with Matt Harrow from Partial. And I asked about the cost for removal. He said this will be at their hourly rate. They have to rig down everything
Sure.
because, he's guesstimating 2 days, 9 to 10 hour work days, plus travel time, plus disposal time, $7,500 to $10,000 ? So that's how we put in the budget this $13,000 to $16,000 for and actually we have more in there than that, but
We put 25 in to potentially take all the trees down, right? I believe that's what we put in the budget.
yeah, I don't know if that was to take all, you mean all of the designated trees? No, that wouldn't have taken all the designated trees down because a lot of them are, we've got 2 trees that the canopy is going to be raised, and we've got 12 trees to remove dead wood. And so that 25,000, that was not going to cover removing all the trees.
Yeah,
Yeah, we didn't put any more
I'm for
money in there for
removing the
that.
trees myself. I know it's going to be a shocker.
Well, and what he told me was that I talked about that with him. So I was concerned about these trees that have dead wood. I was concerned about them being dead. The tree's
Right.
dead, right?
Right.
Okay, so what he told me was they won't dead wood a dying tree. Okay, they will give another bid to remove that tree. So I think that's something that as they get in there and work, if they, they're not gonna waste our money deadwooding a tree if the tree really needs to be removed. So, I have their word on that.
So
So
again,
that would have to come back before the board for there'd have to be another quote that would have to come back before the board.
we're easily in the 13 to 16 range here, very easily, especially with 10-hour days, and then plus you still got the stump removal yet, and you still got the what'd you say, travel time and all
Disposal
that,
time.
disposal time. Wow.
And
This-
actually,
This might even be close to our sealed bid limit. How do we want to work around that as a board?
well, and there was a budget meeting. Yes, on February 23rd, the day we were working on the general fund budget, started working on the general fund budget. I indicated, because you had 5,000 in there in line 930. And then I indicated that we had gotten this quote about addressing some of the dead wood overhead and these 2 trees that need the tree canopy raised up. That's over by the fire station, so they're not rubbing on with taller equipment. They're not rubbing on trees over there. And I had calculated the partial quote of 1.7 for the Williamsburg Cemetery was going to be between $13,635 up to $16,135. And that is when we put $25,000 in. Now, remember, we have 2 cemeteries, but we don't have any kind of quote for doing the same thing down at Circle Hill, which is gonna be, it's gonna be more money. We've just got to get started on the cemetery work because we've got dangerous things up in the trees, limbs that are dead that could come down at any time and either smash a bunch of headstones or hurt somebody. So we've got to get started on this work. And why I brought this today is because partial tree service is extremely busy and we need to get this approved so that they can get this work on their schedule. So the board did know that this, back on February 23rd, the board did know that this quote could wind up anywhere from 13,635 to 16,135. I mean, we can approve up to a certain amount if you want. I get it. I understand your concern about the open-endedness of it. So let's put an amount in there. Let's put the 16,135. I'll amend my motion to to place a cap of 16,135 on the amount expended. I think that's a good idea.
And the other concern is, of course, we are in violation of our financial policy by not going out to get at least 3 bids of anything over $5,000. So how would the board like to address that? For example, we could say, because of imminent danger, we could say, because partial has already been in the cemetery,
A known vendor.
known vendor, helped us out several times,
Yeah.
Was competitive in those arenas, right? I'm just asking for some reason why we're going to deviate from our policy to be part of our discussion.
To be quite honest with you, springtime's here. We're gonna have other vendors in there cleaning up for, the spring cleanup. And then we're going to be having Memorial Day. There's gonna be people in our.
So timeline is
cemeteries.
what you're saying.
It's a timeline and a safety issue.
Yep.
And let me just say, it is too late to get this work done before Memorial Day. That, when we got this bid and we were talking about a timeline, it's too late for that.
Is
It's
it?
going to be after Memorial Day. Yeah, because they have tons of work. And so I think that the reason we're deviating from that policy, which we're allowed to do, is because this is a known vendor and, we know their work, we know their reputation, and we have used them before. Very responsible. I see them all over the place doing work, actually. And so
We're actually on the schedule for May 9th for them to finish the storm damage.
yeah, but I told Matt I didn't want anything interfering with Memorial Day. And also, we have to remember that people start going into the cemeteries. I mean, people are going to start going into the cemeteries here pretty quick. And they're going to be in there pulling out, old flowers and things like that. And I just don't want their workers mixing with people before Memorial Day. I don't want the cemetery closed. Let's put it this way, because they have shut down part of the cemetery so that, because they've got equipment they've left there or something like that,
But I just did hear you say how dangerous it was to the public. So if we can get them in there on May 9, when is Memorial Day weekend?
I think it's the 25th or 26th or
Oh,
something
they'll
like
be
that.
in and out. In and out. And then we can fully support safety to the public in our findings of fact, don't you think?
I think so.
Well, and here
agree.
again, the chief is telling us that they're going to do what work?
They're gonna stump grind that tree that fell on the fire station.
Okay, that's a different thing. That's covered by insurance. So
And then we
do,
still have some additional cleanup.
and some additional cleanup. So what I'm telling you is, I don't want to sit here and commit them to, I don't know, maybe you can even, you said you can contact with Matt. I don't want to commit them to doing this work, which is a lot more work then this insurance work they're doing, I don't want to commit them to that. I don't know if they can get that done before Memorial Day, and May 9th isn't very far in front of Memorial Day.
But there's no harm in asking.
Right.
Yeah, we can ask.
That
Yeah.
way they're cleaned up. Clean up people to come in. Everything is done in an order. Project management. It's a new idea.
So you want me to ask Matt if they can do,
Let's have Chief do it.
okay, so
He's
Chief's
he's
gonna
been in
ask
touch
them.
with them on a regular
Yeah,
basis.
let's do
Can
that.
can we ask you to do that? Would you be willing? I'm gonna buy you a hot dog at the baseball park, but not a beer.
Yeah, I think Memorial Day weekend, is that May 23rd? I'm not sure. The calendar I'm looking at on my computer.
So we're
here
gonna
doesn't
deviate
say.
from our policy because of known vendor. The vendor has been competitive before.
It's the 30th.
Schedules
Time sensitive,
and safety,
safety and time.
time
sensitive.
sensitive. I'm good with that. If the board is. It definitely needs to be taken care of.
I did get multiple bids for the storm damage. and
Okay.
They were considerably lower than everybody else.
Yeah, they've been competitive all this time. I have no reason to believe they wouldn't be in this particular job. So, but thank you for that supportive information. Ready for a roll call? We are.
Bennett,
Yes.
Almost is not available. Pop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes, but I would just note that the amendment of my motion was not seconded.
I will second the amendment of your motion.
And so why don't you just reread the motion back so we have no,
I have motion by Goss to approve the 1722 quote for tree work at Williamsburg Cedar Rapids Cemetery up to $16,135. Second by Bennett.
I
That's
still
it.
vote yes on that.
I still
Yeah.
vote yes.
Yep.
Oh, look at, we're already to item number 17. Fire chief is ecstatic. Participate in multi-jurisdictional equipment purchase fit tester.
Did you want to dance up to the podium since you're?
Oh, yeah, you want me up there?
No.
No,
I'll
stay
make-
sitting and quiet.
I'll make the motion to allow Chief Flynn to enter into an agreement with Grand Traverse Metro Fire Department for shared fit test equipment in the amount of $1,479.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Pop,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
not available. Goss,
Yes.
New business number 18, sale of 2009 Ford Expedition. I would like to make the motion to allow Chief Flynn to sell the 2009 Ford Expedition on govdeals.com at his discretion.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion? Roll call when ready.
almost not available. Goss,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. Business number 19, excuse me. Anyone care to make a motion? supporting Chief Flynn's idea.
I'll make a motion to allow Chief Flynn to proceed with the Air 3 compressor project with Spencer Manufacturing in the amount of $28,503.
I'll second. Motion made and seconded. Is there further discussion?
What was in that compartment where you're gonna put the compressor? Was there something else in there?
That was a cellulose insulation vacuum.
Oh,
And up above it had some suction line.
mhm.
And that's something that we would never use. In fact, my 30 years in the industry, I've never seen a fire department have one of those.
Really?
So,
Cellulose insulation vacuum?
yeah, because that stuff smolders and
Yeah.
it causes rekindles if you don't appropriately, extinguish it. But we've always just gone up with buckets and cleaned out the area, which we had a question of. Or in our case, we would just pull the ceilings down with plate pulls, right? That's kind of what we do. And
Mhm.
just, it all comes out, we can wet it down.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
I wonder if we got that from Green Lake Township, I think, way back. Must be something they put on it.
Yeah, that was rural fire department.
Yeah.
My question is this proposal, and I apologize, I'm on the wrong packet page. Bear with me a moment. Seems to be a lot of potential add-ons that you didn't want to select. Having some long history with breathing air. I'm concerned that we get clean air to our men and women. Being truck mounted, what safety items on this list, even if it costs more money, could help us ensure that we don't have CO contamination or any particulate matter? That's the wrong term. I'm just looking for dangerous gases.
Sure. Which list are you on? Because all of this on the estimate is included.
So I read the estimate, for example, on electronic packet page 250. You're on estimate 3/9 of 2022, SE 5266. And page 2, according to the bottom of the page, it says suggested options. And it talks about pressure switches and low oils and things of that nature. And then it talks about filters. And so my mind went to carbon filter, right?
Yep.
And so as long as we've got a good, safe system, that's what I want to make sure of. And if we need to add money to it, then let's get the bells and whistles that you think are appropriate.
To my knowledge, all of these suggested options are included in the price.
Okay. Excellent.
He didn't give me an actual option. That's why I went back to Spencer. They're the ones who manufactured the truck. Plus, I couldn't get any other. It's kind of a specialized project, and no other vendors that I work with were willing to give me an estimate on it. So,
And we are asking for a new cellulose vacuum here, I think. Yeah.
no, the carbon monoxide detection equipment is all built into the intake piping
Okay.
and all that good stuff. So I did meet with Lisa last night, and they're willing to contribute $3,000 to it. So I'm hoping to
Nice.
keep our portion right around $5,000.
Mhm.
And obviously the majority of it is coming from the 2% grant, which was written last fall to accommodate the entire project, but as you know, with inflation and getting equipment and prices up. Since last summer. So,
And with-
our portion hopefully is right around $5,000.
Mhm.
Thank you to Wisa.
Yes, and the tribe.
Yeah, for sure.
Mhm.
That's something that we have not ever had in Whitewater Township.
Right.
The SCBA air. In fact, with the new air packs, we've had to take the air truck down to Paradise 3 times to top it off, just so we can fill our new air bottles.
In 1975, you did have a compressor here.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, you did. Mhm. Yep. It was a one-horse electric plug-in model. Mhm. Took a week just to fill one day. I'm good with questions.
Don't have any.
Do we have a motion made and seconded? So I'll call for a roll call vote then. Please.
Goss,
Yes.
Bennett,
Yes.
Hop,
Yes.
Thomas not available.
Okay, item number 20, cleanup day. I'll make a motion to schedule what, June 11? Is that the date?
Yes.
I'll second.
Wasn't quite done yet, but okay.
Oh, okay. I'm
Um,
sorry. You stopped, so I thought you were done.
Yeah, because I was trying to make heads or tails of it. I would like to do this in two motions.
Well, I have written motions at the bottom.
Yeah. And that I was gonna, you have or, right?
No. I got the one for the date. Then after the line, there's two to select the vendor. That's where the
Oh,
or
I
comes
see.
in.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay. Yep, my mistake. Okay,
That's okay.
I'm good. So I'll make the motion to set cleanup day for 2022 as June 11th, 2022 from 8 AM to 12 PM.
And I seconded.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Hop,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Thomas not available. Bennett,
Yes.
You know, in reading this packet, I might have misunderstood what you were trying to tell me, but now it's coming a little clearer.
Is that good?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah, it is. The second part of this, I was thinking Bay Area disposal was just for the tires.
No.
And I thought, oh, man.
No, they,
We should have done that.
They said they would match our normal tire guy, TJ Tires. So that we didn't have to bring in another vendor. They would match what TJ charges us, which is really good rate. So.
Now it all makes sense about the excavator for compaction. I was thinking, why would you compact a tire? It's pretty dense already.
He might be bringing his shredder, so it'd be fun to see those tires go through them.
Ooh, stinks.
I don't know. I've never seen it.
But the compaction, but the shredder's not part of this agenda. Not part of this.
No, it's not. I think through my conversation with him and through his email, if you read his email, my impression is they do township cleanups, but it's not like our township cleanup. They just take them and they dump them off and you're responsible for them. Bringing in an excavator to tamp it down. So you get more of a compacted yard situation.
Yeah.
And he was quite excited about maybe bringing the shredder. I guess it's really something to see. They do complete videos. When they demolish houses, they take the shredder to the job site and they feed the whole house through the shredder, and it shreds it so much that when it shoots into the containers, you get a lot more in a container because they're such small little pieces. I mean, he sounded excited about testing this out. So I don't know if he's gonna bring it or not. I did not tell him we would pay for it, so. But it's a different approach to the way we've always done it. I a few years ago, I think it might have even been last year, I brought you the information about waste management. They do containers also. They do not do trucks for cleanup days, but they do not provide manpower. The only thing different about what GFL would be proposing to us is they would like permission from the school to drop the containers off the night before. They would remove them the same day as the cleanup day, but they would not, it would be too hard for them to bring the containers the day of.
That morning, yeah.
So. Any questions?
It's quite a cost savings to go with Bay Area disposal.
And it's an unknown. We've never used this vendor before.
Yeah.
And I really didn't have time to call for references. So I don't, I looked on their webpage and people put testimonial type things. And I did do a little research, by just typing them in, and you get people saying how great they are and how good they are, that kind of thing. I saw that, but again, it's an unknown to us because we've never done it this way before. And I made sure he understood that we don't want people waiting in line for 2 hours. With this other system, you got 4 or 5 people backed up at one time, unloading, so the process moves through pretty fast. So he understands what we're looking for.
Where are they from?
Interlaken.
Interlaken, okay.
And I did contact Waste Management, and I forget the name. I should have brought that out here. Republic something. He operates out of Bel Air. I contacted him last year also. He said he didn't have enough trucks last year, but contact him this year. And I contacted him and he said, we're not there yet. That's all I got back from him, is we're not there yet. So.
Here's what I see. On packet page 252, under Ardella's memo, historic information, and I'm just going to pick 2021. We had 250 compacted yards. A compactor easily increases the volumetric efficiency of the truck by 30%. So 30% more than 250.
75. Is it 75? 30% of 250?
Yeah. 325. So if we took 325
you're
cubic
adding-
yards, and then we also took Ken's, was it Ken? Is that his name?
Kurt or Chris.
Chris, okay. His estimate that each dumpster would hold 30 yards.
Compacted. He said they would be compacted. Now keep in mind, Ron, I gave him all the information about what we did the previous year.
Mhm.
So he knows what our volume was. And it goes up or down. For
It
the most
does.
part, it goes up.
Mhm.
So he came up with the estimate of how many trucks he thought he would need. And he came up with using the excavator to make sure that the yardage is compacted so we get more in the dumpsters, or the containers, I should say. They're not dumpsters, they're containers.
So I understood that only to be under the shredder option. Okay, you believe it's under all of the options? Okay.
That's what he said.
So according to that math, we would need 10. And so he's got us what, at 7?
These guys between, well, yeah, he says
7 to 10.
7 there.
8 to
But
10.
in the body of the email that I provided, he says between 8 and 10.
So I think he's spot on as far as volume wise. Oh yeah, 8 to 10 dumpsters.
Mm.
So he must be thinking that, you know, he'll have manpower to be able to deliver them sometime throughout the day and take the full ones away, I guess.
Yeah. Unless he brings his shredder, in which case I will make sure he understands this. If he doesn't want to go get more containers and he wants to shred what's in those containers, because he'll have the excavator there. I'm not paying for that.
Yeah,
No.
I'd be concerned about air quality around that for people
No.
that are unmasked, and there'd be a lot of consideration there.
Yeah.
But it would be cool to see the video.
Well, they're online. He does YouTube ones with it. So
So do we want to try somebody different than Mark? I mean, he's been a pretty trusted advisor. We did leave him for a little while to go to Scott
and then they bought Scott's company.
know,
Yeah. Their rate did go from $47 a cubic yard to 50. So
plus a fuel surcharge, and I assume that's the difference between $3.50 a gallon and whatever the pump prices are, right?
and if you do what we did last year by the 50 per compacted cubic yards, it comes out to about, what was it? 12,500.
Mhm.
So it's just, I'll work with the vendors either way, because you know I'm always there at cleanup day, but I don't have a preference. It does make me a little nervous working with a vendor that's unknown when you've got that many people lined up and waiting. Sure, it does, but you know, it's a huge difference. We may do it one year and say never again.
I'll default to your preference in this case. I would support you either way.
Are we ready for a motion?
Well, what do you think, Cheryl?
I think we go with the Bay Area disposal because it's quite a lot cheaper, except the total cost, if there's 10 containers, would be more like $8,500. Because you base that, the
On what? Yeah, the
5,600 on 8
containers.
containers, and if you think there's gonna be 10, then.
He
so it'd
said
be
8 to 10.
8,500.
So.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion. They're ready to hear it. So I'm gonna make a motion to contract with Bay Area disposal for 2022 annual cleanup day services at $700 per container, estimated to be between 8 and 10 containers, and $1,500 for labor, total estimated cost of $8,500.
I'll second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion? Roll call when ready.
Goss,
Yes.
Ramos is not available. Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes. I don't think we have any tabled items. Any board comments or discussion?
Della, just on the newsletter, you've still got this Friday for the deadline for newsletter articles?
Yes.
Okay.
What is that, the 15th?
And if anybody wants to volunteer at cleanup day, I'll have a sign up sheet.
I'll come over and help.
Chief, will the fire department be able to be there on the 11th?
Yeah, I'll check it out.
All right, thank you.
trucks and stuff. The kids love it.
Next regular township board meeting is May 10th, 2022 at 9 a.m. Coming to the second most favorite part of the agenda is the second public comment. And so everybody gets an equal share. I would like to go out to Zoom land first. And I see Karen, do you have any public comment that you would like to make? Doug, do you have any public comment you would like to make? Good, Doug, thank you. Kim, do you have any public comment you would like to make? Very good, Kim. And I see another Kim. So do we have two Kims or the same Kim signed in under two different methods? I'll assume the same Kim. So that brings us here to the Township Hall. To the hardy folks who have waded through all of this.
Vicki Beam again. First of all, I want to thank you all for supporting motorcycles. Karen, thank you for doing that. I'm a motorcycle rider. I have been ever since I could actually walk. And yes, I think everybody should learn to ride a motorcycle. You become a much better driver as a result. So thank you for supporting. And yes, look twice, save a life. Have any of you walked the area that's being proposed on Baggs Road? Now would be a great time to do it. There's a lot going on out there. Ardella, you made a comment about Kim's development. My husband and I had actually looked there when we thought we had property that wasn't going to go through. You really can't even see it from the road. You have to know that it's there. That is not the case for Baggs Road at all. With all due respect, you guys, you really messed up today with the moratorium. It was the right thing to do regarding site condos in particular. The timeline you just set out will allow a lot to go through while you guys are trying to go through the steps. Cheryl, you made a comment about today where a lot of us from Baggs Road, that wasn't true. I was actually taking notes of where everybody was from and the comments that they made. And this is a universal Whitewater Township thought. Today was a prime example of what a mess we're in. Bob Hull at some point said it wasn't a PUD. It was mentioned today it's a PUD. I don't even know if anybody knows what it is at this point, but we cannot wait. They are already staking out there. On 3-2, Mansfield presented, escrow was paid, and now we're trying to figure out what are the ordinances that it's going to be under. The developer was asked on 3-2. So if you go back and look at the notes, the developer was asked specifically about green space, buffer, planting trees, and it was a flat out no. So to say that they're open to conversation, I think is a bunch of bull, quite honestly. And they will take out mature maple trees. I mentioned earlier today about the split being incorrect. And that wasn't even brought up when you guys were talking about the moratorium. I am so frustrated about the lack of direction and where we're heading. Ron, you mentioned there was more correspondence about this with the exception of except for maybe marijuana. There was some conversation obviously about marijuana. It's the same thing. Ardella and Cheryl, you guys are both pro. Please come out and look at our property. Please come out there and see what they're just describing. Take the time. Don took the time to come out there. It is really important. And it's not just because I'm on Baggs Road. I would feel this way if I was still on Crisp Road, quite honestly. Our well is going to be over 300 feet deep. Berg hasn't hit where we want to be yet. So, that's another thing that was brought up. You keep saying we're in the early stages. We shouldn't even be where we're at right now. Cheryl, you said today that we don't have a problem. I respectfully disagree. You stated ordinances need to come from the attorney's office. I'm just really not understanding why this is all taking so long. I'm really not. I'm just truly not. I'd like to know when each of you are up for reelection. I think a lot of us need to talk about where we're heading as a board, honestly. So I would like to, you don't have to answer me now, but I would like to know when everybody's up for reelection. I wish that 9 and 10 were still here throughout this entire meeting, and especially for those of us talking now. We keep talking about, and Cheryl, you in particular, about park and rec. It seems like you're more concerned about that than other things going on in our township. The equipment and this talk about this playground and why it's so expensive, I'm under the impression that the equipment is being reused. So I'm finding that price is exorbitant. I'm building a home. I have a budget. I have received estimates. I have kept people to their bids. I don't see any of you doing that, and you are fiduciaries. What is wrong with you guys what is wrong is that you guys are approving paying for something that you don't have documents or bids for in this package today. I am so disappointed that there wasn't a moratorium. You guys had an opportunity to specifically deal with site condos until things are in order, and you didn't take it.
Connie Highmore, Bags Road. Please do what is right and follow the master plan and zoning ordinances. Bags Road condominium development needs to be looked at closer. At several meetings, I have referenced Article 25.11.d plan developments, which states, and I quote, "The procedural provisions of this section shall not apply to condominium developments which are reviewed and approved through the special use permit planned unit development procedure. See Article 31 of this ordinance," unquote. I continue to be told that Article 28.11.d does not pertain to site condos. But if you follow the ordinance directions and go to Article 31, you will find 31.25 open space land. Site condo units are referenced here in the zoning ordinance book. So there is definitely a correlation there. Please look at this closely. The proposed condominium development as it is drawn up right now does not follow the zoning ordinance or the master plan. There is no open space and none planned by the developer, as Vicky stated. There's no keeping with the rural character of the township. The developer is tearing down a grove of maple trees to put houses in. Condos are slated to be built in low-lying areas of the property where water lays in the spring and during heavy rains in the summer. And I know that Cheryl said that this is illegal for them to displace water onto neighboring properties. I don't want that problem. I don't want to fight that lawsuit when this happens. The road that they have to these condo units up in the back where the maple grove is, the road has to go right through that low-lying water area. I don't know how they put a road in when it's underwater. Sorry, I've lost my place. So I implore the zoning administrator, planning commission, and the board to do your due diligence in this matter and say no to the Bags Road condominium development as drawn. Now I need to try to make sense of my compiled notes here. I'm so disappointed that the moratorium didn't go through. This is bigger than the Bags Road condominium development. This was an opportunity to protect the taxpayers of this township from any special use permits that don't have ordinance protection right now. When I stated in the beginning, the comment that was presented to you, that the township zoning ordinance or zoning administrator used the words protect us and bring us into compliance. Those are some important words. When no moratorium was discussed, the moratorium was being discussed, there were contradictions that were said on this board because you didn't want a moratorium because it was going to stall the planning commission. And it was going to keep people from moving forward with other special use permits. The planning commission hasn't approved an amendment on Article 25 in 130 days. They're closer, yes. But one more day is too many days to not have protection. The moratorium would have made them move quickly to resolve this very important article. I don't know the process for getting this passed. I think there's a PC meeting. There's an attorney involvement with the document. There's a public hearing, a newspaper. All of this stuff is not going to happen in 30 days. And a lot of damage can be done in the 30 days plus. The proposed drawing for the condo development was presented to the planning commission and the zoning administrator. Money was secured for escrow. Why? The drawing shows no open space. What a waste of the developer's time
to not have the planning commission and zoning administrator tell him at the beginning that it doesn't meet with the zoning ordinance 31.25. Why do all that testing and spend all that money on 22 lots if 22 lots don't fit zoning ordinance 31.25, about 50% open space? That's what 31.25 is about. A 30-acre plot requires 15 acres of open space. You can't have 22 houses on 15 acres. That's why the moratorium was important. There's no clarity, no direction, but there definitely is lots of confusion. That's why the moratorium was important to the people of the township and to the taxpayers. This is bigger than Baggs Road. It's big, and it's a big deal to us. Thank you for your time.
So asking the board's permission, there are Zoom people that have now logged in and said, yep, we couldn't figure out how to get our mute button off.
Well, is there anybody else here?
Well, I'll just go back to, anyone else like to come up for a public comment in Township Hall? Karen, thank you for finding the unmute button. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. I just want to kind of put some personal thoughts into the Baggs Road project. It may not seem as a priority to some, but I'm definitely an exception to that. I don't need to see all the engineering for a spot, condominiums. I don't need to see any grand analysis or ground analysis for the property. You are hearing the opinions of concerns of residents of Whitewater Township. I am one of those residents. I appreciate waking up and seeing green grass, countrysides with deer, birds, sandhill cranes, and even occasional bear. I enjoy being able to go outside at night and see the stars, moon, and northern lights. These are the simple things in life that we are all often taken it granted for. I'm getting the impression that this development is all about money. But when do we stop putting money before the wants and desires of our current residents? Many of us do not want this or need this development in our community. If I wanted to live among houses upon houses upon houses, I'd move to Grand Rapids. I want to live in nature. I want to be able to see nature. You guys, I don't understand. Like it's been said before by people that are in the room there. Keep saying, well, it's not in the process. It's not in the process. Who are you trying to fool that it's not in the process? It is in the process. Do we wait till it's too late? That's not what us concerned citizens are going to do. We're not going to wait till it's too late. You're going to keep hearing from us until we start getting answers. We're the ones living here, not the developer from Grand Rapids. Thank you for letting me talk.
And I see one other hand up. Kim.
Yes, this is Kim Mangus, building at 5101 Brown Bear. I wanted to provide just a little bit of hopefully clarity to the board, because I understand there's been a lot of confusion about terms being used interchangeably that really aren't. The moratorium that you discussed today would not have had any effect whatsoever on any potential development on Baggs Road. There are two ways, for what it's worth for the board, there are two ways to process a site condominium. It is up to the developer to select how he would like it processed. A site condominium abides by all of the rules of the zoning ordinance and does not require a special use. It requires a site plan review by the PC and board approval, but there is no special use permit whatsoever for a site condo. A planned unit development site condo is Article 31, and that one does require a special use permit. It does require open space, but there's a lot of confusion. There are two types of site condos. The planned unit development is when a developer is not going to abide by all of the zoning requirements in the ordinance. They are asking for variances on any number of different criteria, spacing, density, etc. So I think that might be part of what's getting confused. Site condominium, a straight zoning compliant site condominium is Article 28. A site condominium PUD that varies from the ordinance is Article 31. I hope that helps. Thanks.
I'm going to make a public comment here, but if we have an ordinance that leaves anything up to a developer to decide which way he wants his or she wants their project approved, we're in bigger shit than what I thought we were. Generally, we don't allow that
Something new, right?
unless it's something new.
I couldn't agree more, Ron. How is it that we're letting a developer decide how they are going to develop?
Yeah.
This is the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard in my entire life.
Yeah.
So it's up to them how they're going to develop? Unbelievable. This township is in much worse shape than I thought.
So again, new information, question
Yeah.
mark?
Different topic. Different topic. You're not supposed to speak twice on the same topic. That's what the public comment rules say.
So are we actually talking on the same topic when we had a planning commission chairperson chime in and say the developer gets to decide, not the planning commission?
I think she meant by that, I could be wrong, but listening to what Kim said, she said, if they plan on not following the rules, they don't want to follow all the rules of the subdivision, then hang on a second, then they are making that choice to ask for that special use permit, which can be turned down. We all know that.
But
or are they saying, I'm going to follow all the rules that you've got there? So there is no special use permit because they are agreeing to follow all the rules. Did I get that wrong? Isn't that what she said?
If you're confused, imagine how we are confused.
Yeah, I believe that is what she said. She
That is
said,
what she
You can't
said.
believe what she said. Ask her what she said. She's the chairperson of the planning commission, making huge statements with a microphone that is very powerful,
And I heard
that
her,
lots of people are listening to, including the people that are on the planning commission who don't have the experience that she does have. But what is her experience if she's saying those kind of things? To guide them. That guides every single person that sits in these chairs at planning commission meetings. It's frightening to me. If you're confused, sit in our seats. This is what's going to happen in the whole township, not just on Baggs Road. Not just on Baggs Road. This is going to happen in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood, in your neighborhood. Is that okay with you? That some developer can come in and make their own rules? It's insanity. That's why the moratorium was important, because it's out of control. It's so out of control. The things that could take place between now and the time that amendment goes through is crazy. The things that could happen to this township, and you're allowing it with no moratorium.
and I would simply point out that what I heard Kim Mangus say is that Article 31 is applicable to some site condominiums, and Article 28 is applicable to other site condominiums. And I'm sure this stuff has been in the ordinance for a long time.
Yeah, I'd really encourage the board to read section 28.11. And then I would encourage you to follow potentially what the instruction is there. And then go to 31 And there you will see site condominiums are talked about. And yeah, I just I don't think we've heard the last on this, but Kim's got her hand up again. And I just what is the board's pleasure there?
Well, you've let other people talk twice, so.
Hi, Kim. Maybe her hand was up from the first time.
I did not intend to have my hand up again.
Very
If
good.
you have, that's fine, I'm still here, but I was not trying to make an additional public comment.
Roger that. Thank you. Anything else, board? Motion to adjourn.
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Further discussion. Roll call when ready.
Velmuth, not available. Bennett,
Yes.
Pop,
Yes,
Doss.
Yes.
2:03. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lois.
Yes. Lois, I sent you an email if I could get a copy of the recording from today, please. Okay.